Testing 1, 2, testing for captions 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing for captions on English. Okay. Okay. Just let us know when they are, and then we'll do the test for that. Thank you. All right. So
Testing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, they put that there.
So they just took it away.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I got all that, and just, you know. Which the destination with the rest turned on.
Are we good?
I could have turned on my video doing right here. Fast though.
It's gonna be there.
It's setting our order.
Are we gonna do that all day, Josh? You're just gonna make you do everything twice all day?
Yes.
Here's this guy.
Why don't we tap on this one? That you really want.
Well,
So
earlier I did it, I
should I do anything to do with things?
Oh, that way, isn't it?
Testing 1, 2.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, June 16th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also being joined by our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Eric Ekdahl, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Biba Malitik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both web and in-person components. If you're joining us through our webcast, that's either on the YouTube Live website or the Cali PA Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda as to how to get onto that platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see everyone. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. If you don't mind observing the exits, we'll, in case we have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be signed up. There is a QR code at the side of the room here. There is also a laptop. If you're having any challenges, though, please do just speak to the board clerk, and she can help you get signed up. Once you come to the mic, please introduce yourself and any affiliation if you feel so comfortable. And then lastly, please do silence your phones just so we have an uninterrupted discussion during today's meeting. We'll begin this morning actually with the Superior Accomplishment Award, and would like to call up I believe, Michelle Beckworth in order to provide the award.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Beckwith, and I'm a senior environmental scientist and oversee the General Stormwater Unit for the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board. I wish to thank the state board members for granting me the opportunity to speak today and appreciate your willingness to allow us to highlight dedicated staff who have made significant contributions to the Santa Ana Water Board's mission. Your support today allows us to recognize Catherine Ha, an attorney with the Office of Enforcement, and highlight their work and commitment to the board. Catherine Ha has demonstrated superior sustained accomplishments through her exceptional legal expertise, leadership, and dedication in advancing enforcement at the Santa Ana Water Board. As a trusted advisor of total maximum daily load numeric effluent limitations enforcement, Catherine provides clear, strategic legal guidance that strengthens the board's ability to implement and defend complex regulatory requirements. Her deep understanding of water quality regulations ensure that enforcement actions are both legally sound and aligned with the board's broader environmental protection goals. Catherine has served as counsel for numerous Santa Ana Water Board stormwater enforcement cases, consistently delivering high-quality legal analysis and advocacy. Her work has been instrumental in moving complex case forward, resolving challenging legal issues, and supporting staff in achieving meaningful compliance outcomes. She is widely recognized as a subject matter expert in enforcement under the Industrial General Permit, and she routinely provides authoritative guidance in both legal and technical staff navigating complicated regulatory and evidentiary issues. Beyond her technical expertise, Catherine is known for her professionalism, her responsiveness, and collaborative approach. She communicates complex legal concepts with clarity and precision, enabling multidisciplinary teams to make informed decisions. In interactions with staff, regulated parties, and external stakeholders, she represents the Water Board with exceptional professionalism and credibility. Through her sustained contributions, Catherine has significantly strengthened the effectiveness of the stormwater and TMDL enforcement efforts at the Santa Ana Water Board and across the program. Her expertise, leadership, and commitment to public service exemplify the highest standards of excellence and make her highly deserving in recognition for the sustained superior accomplishment. Thank you for your time, and thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Ms. Beckwith. Really appreciate you elevating Ms. Ha's work here. Good to see you, Ms. Ha. And just, I know for folks that don't know, we're firewalled from all the enforcement activities that end up happening until it comes to us appropriately. And so being able to hear about your work, being able to support you, and importantly, support the Office of Enforcement here is just a pleasure here for, I know, us at the board. So congratulations, and thank you for the incredible work that you do. The enforcement side is important to be able to ensure that there is a level playing field out there when we adopt our regulations and we're protecting the community. So much appreciated and much congratulations, Ms. Hall. And let's do a quick awkward board photo. You know, you can't really get away from it with Superior Accomplishment Awards. Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge folks that really get the work done here. All right, we will now move into public forum. I believe we have perhaps a couple of public forum commenters. First, I'd like to call up Peter Dreckmeyer.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and Board of Directors. My name is Peter Dreckmeyer. I am the Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance. And you might recall that last year, approximately 1,500 spring run Chinook salmon came up into the Tuolumne River. They were kept alive over the summer and they spawned in the spring. This year, a counting weir was installed and 135 were counted, so significantly fewer. But the interesting thing is they were larger, and the assumption is that they were part of the same cohort born in 2022, but spent an extra year in the ocean. And even though the population's smaller this year, it really could be critical, especially if we have a wet El Nino, because the fish from last year, they spawned successfully. Quite a few juveniles were produced, but we don't have the final results, but the mortality is very, very high this year. We just did not have significant flows, and that impacted temperature and rearing habitat and especially outmigration. So this year's fish could be very, very critical. It really does come down to flows are so important, and a big problem in the system is that the water agencies, if they're not guaranteed to have full storage, they only release base flows. So there might be a lot of water in reservoirs, but the fish are really struggling. And what we need to do is we need to front load the water more. Instead of this trend of starve the river, starve the river, starve the river, then spill a whole lot of water because the rains and snow have returned. We need to make sure that in the early years of what might be a drought, the fish are getting water. And ideally, we'd have, a few years, even if they're dry, where the fish are doing okay. And then if there's another dry year, maybe we pull back, we reduce the requirement. But we really have to get beyond this problem of many, many dry years for the fish and then spill. And so I encourage you, as you're thinking about phase one, especially of the Bay Delta plan, but phase two as well, looking at opportunities to get those flows in the early years. And when we're on a run, we might have a couple dry years and then we have a good year and we start over and the fish get more water in more years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate those comments here and addressing the board in public forum. Next, is Hector Santiago on the platform? Okay. I'd like to go to Hector Santiago. Mr. Santiago, I believe you had signed up for board meeting minutes and a couple of other items. Just wanting to see here if public forum isn't the better place for you to provide your comments.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, sorry, this is like my first meeting here. I want to know what kind of topics to address first.
I'm sorry, you cut off there at the end, Mr. Santiago. What are you looking to ask?
This is technically my first meeting here, so I'm wondering what specific areas I could focus on.
There are a number of items on our agenda, including an agriculture expert panel. If there's general comments that you want to provide to the board, public forum right now would be probably your best bet.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, it's okay. If you want, Mr. Santiago, we can go to you during one of the other items. And then otherwise, if you're just signed up to be able to listen to the meeting and follow along, you can do that as well without providing comment.
Yeah, sorry, I'm mostly here to listen.
Okay, that's great. Well, thank you for joining our meeting here and really appreciate your participation. So thank you. All right, looking to the clerk if there's anyone further in public forum. Okay, really appreciate it. And thank you for those that addressed the board here during public forum. It is much appreciated. I'm going to take a quick moment here in public forum as well, myself, and acknowledge that we have a significant retirement happening here at the State Water Board. Want to acknowledge Joe Karkoski. He's provided 27 years of public service to the state and to the State Water Board and regional boards. I know he began his career in 1990 with the US EPA, working on a selenium total maximum daily load project for the San Joaquin River, and was fortunate to then have him come to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, where he led development of the irrigated lands regulatory program at the time, something we'll hear about here at with the expert panel and a couple of items. And joined the state board actually in 2015, so has been with us for here 11 years, and significantly through a time when general fund was good. We had a bipartisan infrastructure law. And so since 2019, I know he's been able under his leadership and importantly, all the incredible folks at the Division of Financial Assistance to invest $12 billion in the state of California, drinking water, wastewater, water recycling, and stormwater capture. And so just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Joe, your contributions here to the board. They've been immeasurable. We've been very fortunate for your time here. And I feel incredibly fortunate. So much of my career has always been here in public service and have had the opportunity to learn from other public servants and learned a lot about financing in ways that I never thought I would when I joined this role. And just want to say thank you and acknowledge, Joe, your retirement here from the board. Really appreciate, again, all the contributions you've provided us. If there's a few words that you'd like to provide us in parting, would gladly take them. But congratulations, Joe. Well deserved. And thank you for all of your incredible contributions here at the board.
So, Courtney, are you going to queue up my 45-minute presentation that I? So, no, I actually don't have that. But wanted to thank you all. It's been wonderful career. I've really appreciated working for both the regional board and the state board. It's when you're in the middle of it, it's hard to see how amazing it actually is in terms of the transparency we have, the challenge of coming before a board for the decision making. It's not done behind closed doors. And also just seeing the wonderful results when there's alignment between the board and the staff. You all provide the wind behind our sails when we're trying to get things done. And I think we've been able to accomplish quite a bit together. And I've really enjoyed my tenure as deputy director. As you mentioned, it's been, I don't know if it's because I became deputy director that all this money came from the federal and state government. I would like to think so. But, it certainly has been, it's been a great challenge, a great opportunity, and, have had a great team at DFA. And, also our Office of Chief Counsel, Division of Administrative Services, working with OPEDA and all the regional boards and Division of Drinking Water. It's been a wonderful career and a great way to end my tenure at the Water Board. So thank you all, and thanks to my staff and all my colleagues too.
Thank you, Joe. And we'll also take a moment here at Public Forum and would like to hand the mic over to Board Member Laurel Firestone.
Thank you. I am taking this opportunity to announce that today and tomorrow, this is my last board meeting as a board member. I am resigning to pursue other opportunities and, will remain involved no matter what in this work. But I wanted to thank everyone for this incredible privilege of being able to serve on this dais, serve the people of California, and learned an incredible amount. I, came in 2019, pre-COVID, when this governor first came in. I was really, really inspired and driven by the campaign promise that he came in with of a California for all. And that remains, I think, a guiding force and has throughout our time, and I hope for many years to come. Through this time, we've been able to do so much. I'm not going to try and summarize all the things in the past 7.5 years, but, of particular importance to me, certainly development of the SAFER program, the fact that we've been able to help millions of Californians get access to safe drinking water, hundreds of communities be able to get solutions in place. And in particular, it's the communities that have been stuck for, and sometimes generations, without access. And when we passed the human right to water, that was really the idea that we're not leaving some communities behind, that we're making sure that we as government can make decisions that protect the most vulnerable, that set a standard and ensure that that's accessible for all. And that in order to do that, we have to bring that into all the decisions that we make. And I think we've seen incredible success throughout, but in particular, I think with the SAFER program, I'll just call out, every single one of those systems that, we had over 300 systems throughout California, nearly every part of the state that had been stuck, that weren't able, funding, good times and funding passed them by over and over again, and they weren't able to get safe drinking water. Every single one of those systems is on track right now. Many, I think more than half have already achieved safe drinking water, but every single one is on track and getting the resources it needs. We've also just accelerated the timelines, and we've been really intentional about making sure that the way that we're investing is creating lasting solutions and not just Band-Aids. I want to particularly thank my fellow board members and staff and the many stakeholders and groups, regional boards and community members, tribal members that I have just enabled us as a state to make good decisions, to make decisions that are well-informed. I think the only way that, my favorite thing about the board is that we have a lot of diversity in our experiences and our perspectives. Certainly, as that's the benefit of having a board rather than a single person in terms of making decisions, but also from the public process and making sure that we're really able to understand the impacts of our decisions so that we can balance and make the best decisions we can. And if we don't have your voices, your participation, and all the diversity of experiences and perspectives, then we're not going to do justice to California. So Um, let's see. I am definitely indulging here because this is my last time to sort of opine on the dais. Well, today and tomorrow. I guess I will. I'll just double down in saying, in particular, I have been so impressed by our commitment to addressing racial equity head on and equity in general. I think the human right to water is part of that. And the not just the resolution, but the action plan and the way that I think everyone has been willing to look at how we understand how our decisions make impact people in different ways, even if unintentionally, and how we can start to shift that in ways that are get outcomes that can make the state really California for all. And I am just so privileged. Thank you. I can't express, and I'm not going to think too much about it. But I just, I'll stay in this space, albeit in a different role, one way or the other. And just thanks for what everyone has done and for this incredible time.
Incredible thanks to you, board member. Reflecting back in these last 7+ years, we have done a lot. This board has gone through COVID, another drought, made significant decisions, and your mark has been left here with us all. Couldn't imagine us being able to have done all we've done these last years without you with us here. Always reminded, these public seats, someone else will inhabit them. The public service is always this opportunity for new folks to come through. And I think the model is really leaving things better than when you found them. And that's certainly the achievement you've been able to bring to us here. You've changed us as a board, all for the better, and we're just incredibly fortunate for your service and excited to see you to continue to serve and grow. So thank you incredibly, board member. All right, thank you all for that space and opportunity. And now we'll go to board meeting minutes. First item, consideration on our agenda is board meeting minutes, and look to my fellow board colleagues if there are any adjustments to the board meeting minutes or.
I'll make a motion to adopt item 1.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. That now brings us to a tranche of uncontested items, items number 2 and 3. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any desire to bring them off of uncontested. I don't believe we have any commenters on them. So just really appreciate the work I know that's gone into it. Looking to fellow board colleagues.
I move adoption of uncontested items 2 and 3.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone. Board
Aye.
Member McGuire.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Items 2 and 3 are adopted. That now brings us to item number 4, which is we will now hear recommendations from the second statewide agricultural expert panel for the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out.
All right, good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and to Board Member Firestone, thank you so much for your service on the board. I'm Annalisa Kihara. I'm the Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Water Quality, and I am excited to kick off this info item on the second Ag Expert Panel recommendations. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to do is start off with some interpretation instructions for the audience today. We are providing Spanish language interpretation services for this item, including broadcasting this meeting simultaneously in Spanish. We ask all presenters, board members, and individuals providing public comment to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English speakers and Spanish speakers. If you speak too quickly, we may ask you to slow down or to pause. For in-person participants, if you are present in this meeting room and require Spanish interpretation services, please raise your hand and a headset will be provided to you. For Zoom participants to listen or comment in English or Spanish, if you are joining the Zoom platform and you want to listen to the meeting in Spanish or provide comments in Spanish, please select the language interpretation channel by clicking on the interpretation feature with the globe icon in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. Then select English or Spanish and mute original audio. During the public comment period, Spanish-speaking commenters here in the room can come up to the podium and share their comments. The interpreter will interpret comments received in person and online. Next slide, please. And then what I'll do is pause briefly. We do have one translator that will provide the instructions as well in Spanish.
Vamos a dar instrucciones ahora para la interpretación en español. Hagan clic en el icono del globo terráqueo donde pone Interpretation en los controles de abajo de su pantalla y seleccionen Español. A continuación, seleccionen la opción de Mute Original Audio para agregar el audio original y escuchar en español. Si necesitan asistencia, pueden escribir a este correo electrónico. Next slide, please.
Thank you.
Vamos a ofrecer interpretación simultánea para el artículo número 4 de esta reunión, incluyendo retransmisión simultánea en español. Pedimos a todas las personas que presenten, a los miembros de la Junta y a todas las personas que quieran hacer comentario público, que hablen despacio y que pausen ocasionalmente para permitir que los intérpretes puedan retransmitir de manera precisa sus comentarios. Eso se aplica tanto a las personas que hablen en inglés como a las personas que hablen en español. Si ustedes van a hablar demasiado rápido, tal vez les pediremos que hablen más despacio y que tomen pausas. Para las personas que participen en persona, si están presentes en la sala y quieren interpretación al español, por favor levanten la mano y les vamos a dar unos audífonos. Para los participantes en Zoom, por favor escuchen o hagan sus comentarios en inglés o en español. Si ustedes van a participar en Zoom y quieren escuchar la reunión en español o ofrecer comentarios en español, por favor seleccionen el canal de interpretación que está en la opción de interpretación en el globo terráqueo de los controles de la reunión. Si seleccionan inglés o español, por favor apaguen el micrófono original. Durante el comentario público, las personas que quieran hacer comentarios en español aquí en la sala tendrán que venir al podio para compartir sus palabras. Un intérprete va a interpretar los comentarios recibidos tanto en persona como en línea. Por favor, avisen a nuestro personal con anticipación si van a necesitar servicios de interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you. And with me today include Eric Gilman, our Office of Chief Counsel attorney over this item. Erica Calve, she is our Groundwater Protection Section Manager in the Division of Water Quality. Adelia McGregor, Senior Engineering Geologist in our Division of Water Quality. And last but not least, our expert panel chair, Dr. Daniel Geisler. So what we'll start off is with a brief staff presentation to provide a background summary by Adelia and Erica, followed by a presentation on the recommendations by panel chair Geisler, and then we'll pass it to Chief Deputy Director Mogis, who will close out the staff presentation. And then with that, I'll transition to the next slide and then also pass the mic to Adelia.
Thank you, Annalisa. So today we're going to be providing updates on the second agricultural expert panel. But before we get started, we're going to be providing background information on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, or ILRP. And then we will jump into the panel process, or the second statewide agricultural expert panel's process, before we hear from Dr. Daniel Geisler on the panel recommendations, and then get into potential staff recommendations for the path forward. Next slide, please. So as many of you all know, California's landscapes are quite diverse. We have over 400 commodities statewide, which has called for varying regulations. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, or ILRP, is a statewide program overseen by the State Water Resources Control Board and the 9 regional water boards. Each of the 9 regional water boards is required to adopt their own waste discharge requirements, or WDRs, to address regional needs for water quality protection. Although there are some requirements that are presidential to be included in the regional WDRs. Next slide, please. So many of the presidential requirements resulted from the first agricultural expert panel. So we are here to talk about the second. So there was a first. The first agricultural expert panel was held in 2014, and they provided recommendations along the lines of the use of nitrogen applied, A, nitrogen removed, R, and the A over R ratio as the primary metric to track potential nitrogen loading and discharge. They also recommended the use of irrigation and nutrient management plans, or INMPs, and they advised that individual farm data be aggregated by third-party coalition. And they also recommended that targets be used for education and benchmarking rather than as immediate enforceable regulatory limits, after concluding that there was insufficient data and scientific knowledge at the time. Next slide, please. So although each regional board is required to adopt their own WDR or order, there are 2 orders that played a critical role in how we got here today: the State Water Board's Eastern San Joaquin Order, or ESJ order, and the State Water Board's Central Coast Agricultural Order. First, I will talk about the ESJ order, and then we will talk about the 2023 Agricultural Order. In 2018, the State Water Board adopted the ESJ order in response to petitions filed against an order issued by the Central Valley Water Board to the Eastern San Joaquin Coalition. The order issued by the State Water Board included those presidential requirements recommended by the first agricultural expert panel. Those presidential requirements include, but are not limited to, outreach and education, groundwater quality monitoring, and the irrigation and nutrient management plans, or INMPs. The second order to mention is the Central Coast Ag Order. It was adopted in 2023 by the State Water Board. This order was adopted in response to petitions filed against Ag Order 4.0 by the Central Coast Regional Water Board in 2021. In the Central Coast Agricultural Order, the State Water Board remanded provisions of Ag Order 4.0, specifically reversing the region's requirements for enforceable nitrogen discharge and fertilizer application limits and credits. Next slide. So to give a little bit of background, we're going to go over the state of the state and provide the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program landscape. So as many of you know, each region began implementing the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program at different times. For example, Region 3 and Region 5 have been implementing their ILRP for over 23 years and have since updated their regional orders to incorporate presidential requirements, or are in the process of updating their orders. Overall, all but 2 regions have incorporated the ESJ presidential requirements into their orders, while some are waiting for the recommendations from this second agricultural expert panel to inform potential updates. And with that, I will hand it off to Erica.
All right, thank you, Adelia, and we'll go to the next slide. So with that, I'm going to walk us through slides to provide an overview of the panel process. It began in response to a commitment that the State Water Board made in both the ESJ and Central Coast Agricultural Orders with the intention of convening the panel in the future to determine if there is enough data available and science to establish limits. In support of that commitment, staff conducted a data analysis of available irrigation and nutrient management plan, or INMP summary report data, and determined that although there were data limitations, a panel would be crucial for program development. And so we proceeded with the next step of the process and developed panel charge questions, which were developed with public engagement and resulted in 9 overall questions that essentially ask our expert panel to evaluate whether current nitrogen data is scientifically sufficient to define regulatory limits and provide expert advice to the State Water Board to inform the continuous improvement of the California Irrigated Regulatory Lands Program. Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. And last but not least in this process was the process to convene the panel itself. And again, we had a great engaging process where we received input from regional water boards, non-governmental organizations, agricultural industry experts, and other interested parties to identify a group of individuals that could provide a balanced consideration of all 9 panel charge questions. Next slide. And we want to recognize the expert panel themselves because they were amazing. And Daniel Geisler will kind of go over the panel members in his presentation. So here we're just going to take a minute to acknowledge that in addition to this amazing group of expert panel members that we were so fortunate to have help us with this process, we also were really fortunate to have so much support from our water boards team. We couldn't have maintained this fast-paced project if it weren't for the active support from executive management and Office of Chief Counsel. So we want to thank Karen Mogus, Phil Crater, Annalisa Kihara, and Eric Gilman. We also want to express great appreciation for Sam McGill. He is our panel facilitator. He's with the College of Continuing Education at Sacramento State University, and he did an incredible job, and we were lucky to have his expertise help us through this process. We also had a really strong internal team that worked well together, including Adelia, who you just heard from, and other important team members. Lali Rastagarzadeh was our project manager for this project, and she did a lot of legwork to help facilitate every single one of the public meetings, as well as all the coordination to bring interpretation and translation services to every single one of, well, all of the meetings that we could. And then obviously all this wouldn't be possible without a strong team. So Cheryl Prowell, Kelsey Moore, Margaret Champany, want to say thank you for all of their support. And then the interpretation and translation and equity team, we want to say thank you to Amelia Nishimura, Alma Lopez, and Danya Jimerson. And there are so many others that helped us along the way that aren't listed here, but definitely helped us through the process, and we're so grateful. Next slide. So this slide helps highlight the schedule and engagement that was included in the panel process. We kicked off the panel meetings in August of 2025. The overall panel process included 3 major types of meetings, including plenary meetings, which were all-day events included or intended to present critical information to the assembled experts, public listening sessions to solicit feedback from all interested parties, and working group meetings to facilitate small discussions that helped the panel members develop their recommendations. In total, we had 4 plenary meetings, 2 listening sessions, and 14 working group meetings. And it's really a testament to how committed this group of expert panel members were. We kept adding working group meetings in the process to support their deliberations so that they could really try to answer every single one of our questions as thoughtfully as possible. The draft report was then released for public comment in March, and we hosted one additional type of meeting. It was a staff-led workshop, and that provided the opportunity for the public and interested parties to offer verbal comments on the draft document. We also received written comments on the draft document, and those were submitted to us in April and May. And all of the input that we received was captured and shared with the panel members for their consideration, and they thoughtfully deliberated on it, addressed many of the comments, and actually finalized the report on June 5th. In total, we had 21 meetings that supported this process. Next slide. We also had an amazing amount of engagement, and we are so grateful for all the participation because it really had a meaningful impact on the quality of the panel process. We had around 80 attendees that generally joined most of the panel meetings on a regular basis, and at one point over 100 participants. Through all that participation, we ended up having over 60 presentations that were either given by invitation or as extended comments. And these were received from regional water boards, interested parties, and scientific experts. And all of the material is available for reference through meeting recordings and hosted on our expert panel webpage. We also received public comments at each of the panel meetings, and during the public comment period, we received 37 oral comments and 58 written comments, and then each of those really contained more than one specific comment, so it was an extensive list of comments and feedback that we received throughout the process. And together, all of this material really is a trove of incredible reference material for the program moving forward. So we're grateful to have all this participation because it's going to be a huge investment for us moving forward. And so with that, I would like to go to the next slide and just make sure that everybody's aware that the panel, they, as I mentioned, approved the report on June 5th. The report is a very useful and usable document for us, and so we're grateful for the high quality work that we received. The report is available on the panel FTP site at this time, so the report that was approved is available with login instructions, and so accessible through that FTP site. The report will be formatted and then posted to our public website in July of 2026. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Daniel Geisler, the chair of the panel, who will go over the recommendations.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for having me. So as Erika mentioned, my name is Daniel Geisler. I'm a cognitive extension specialist at UC Davis, focusing on nutrient management, and I was the chair of the expert panel. Next slide, please. So these are the 8 members of the expert panel. We are all affiliated with the University of California, but we have different backgrounds, we have different expertise, and we also are familiar with different regions and different farming systems. So we complemented each other very well in our discussions. Everybody had specific contributions to make, and we had really good discussions on all the topics. Next slide. So Eric has already mentioned it, that our task was to review the recommendations from the first agricultural panel, identify critical data gaps, and provide expert advice to the State Water Board on specific elements of the irrigated lands regulatory program. And specifically, we were asked to answer 9 questions. And I would like to give you a brief overview now about our recommendations, but of course, there is much more in the report, or you can find much more than that in the report. Next slide, please. As mentioned already, we started in August last year. We had some 20 meetings, and these were a lot of meetings, probably too many. Many would agree, but it also shows we didn't cut any corners or we didn't take shortcuts. We really had in-depth discussions on the topics, and we tried to find a good solution or a good recommendations for all the questions we were asked. And of course, the 20 meetings, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Between meetings, we worked in groups of 2 to prepare or to write or revise specific parts of the report. We also listened to at least 40 invited presentations from subject matter experts. We listened to 10 to 15 hours of public comments. when we released the draft of the report, we received comments from more than 50 stakeholders, and the comments, including supporting materials, more than 800 pages. And even though we couldn't incorporate every suggestion we received, but all these presentations and comments are very valuable and shaped our discussion and ultimately had an effect on the outcome or on the final report. Next slide, please. So this is all about nitrogen in cropping systems. And to give you a little bit of background, nitrogen in cropping systems is often the limiting nutrient. It's a required nutrient, so it cannot be replaced by others. It's often the yield limiting nutrient, which means if growers don't apply enough nitrogen, the yield will suffer. On the other hand, nitrogen is also very mobile in soil, and especially in the form of nitrate, so it moves easily with water, and that causes that many wells in California in agricultural areas have elevated nitrate levels. And while in modern cropping systems, some losses are inevitable, the good nitrogen in the irrigation management can definitely limit these losses. Next slide, please. In our report, we added a sketch of the nitrogen cycle just to show the major inputs on the left, the major outputs on the right, and all the major transformation that take place. And you can see nitrogen in cropping system can be quite complex, even though we could argue that this is a simplification of the nitrogen cycle. But so there's a lot going on, and of course it's not possible for a regulatory program to include all of these fluxes and transformations. Many of them would be almost impossible to measure at the field scale, at least not with budgets available. So the first agricultural expert panel recognized that, of course, and they recommended using A over R. And next slide, please. With A, that's nitrogen applied over R, which is nitrogen removed. So the first expert panel recommended calculating the ratio as an efficiency measure of nitrogen management. Next slide, please. In the ag orders, nitrogen applied includes nitrogen applied with irrigation water, nitrogen applied with mineral or synthetic fertilizers, and the available nitrogen in organic amendments. So that's what is included in A. R, nitrogen removed, is first of all nitrogen harvested with the commodities that leave the field, and that's usually in all ag orders it's calculated as the yield, which is reported by the growers, multiplied by a nitrogen coefficient. And then part of nitrogen removed is also nitrogen sequestered in perennial woody tissue in orchards and vineyards. And clearly, this is a simplification of the nitrogen dynamics and the nitrogen cycle in cropping systems, but it allows comparison of different fields, of different growers and different crops. And very important, it relies on data either growers can report or on book value. So it is possible to calculate with decent certainty. It's still an estimate, but it can be calculated. And A and R values, as I'll come back later, can be complemented with models, which is done in some regions. Next slide, please. So before we go into targets and limits, which was a big part of our discussion, we should discuss what should targets and limits actually used for, or what should be the target of targets and limits. And it could be A over R, as recommended by the first ag expert panel. It could be A minus R, so the difference. It could be R alone, or the Central Coast Ag Order also had some limits on the nitrogen applied with fertilizer, synthetic fertilizer alone. We discussed these options and we found that the preferred measure would be A minus R, so the difference between applied and removed, because it's directly related to nitrogen discharge. So it tells us or gives us an estimate of how much is at risk of being leached to groundwater. We also found A can be acceptable because there are situations where no data for R is available. So for example, for very minor crops, these values are not available yet. So in these situations, A might be a good substitute. We still think it should be either possible over time to develop these R values if they can, or otherwise develop alternative reporting mechanisms or reporting requirements when it's just not possible to get good values for R. And I'll come back to that a little bit later. We also discussed A over R as the first Ag Expert Panel recommended. It's a measure of efficiency. It's not directly correlated with nitrogen discharge because let's say we have A over R of 1.2. The discharge is very different for a crop where 20 pounds of nitrogen is applied compared to a crop where 200 pounds of nitrogen is applied. So it is not directly correlated to discharge. So that's why we found A minus R is a better measure. But for growers to compare their fields with fields in the region of the same crop, it can be very valuable to see their A over R value. So we don't say it's useless, but for regulatory purposes, we found A minus R may be a better measure to go forward. And then just focusing on nitrogen applied with synthetic fertilizers, we found that's not very useful, or it could be confusing to have two different limits or two different targets, one for A minus R, one for synthetic fertilizer alone. And synthetic fertilizer alone ignores, of course, all the nitrogen applied with irrigation water and organic fertilizers. So we found it's better to focus on A minus R and not have two different measures for different elements of A. But I'd also like to highlight here that A and R, they are estimates, they're not exact measures, there are differences from one field to the other. Even the same field, there may be values for A or R may differ from one field, from one year to the next. So these are estimates. And it is important to use the average over several years for regulatory purposes. So not just use 1 year, but we recommend a 3-year rolling average to determine A minus R of specific fields or growers and use that for regulatory purposes. Next slide, please. And in the Central Valley, the coalitions already use models, and we recognize models can be very important to supplement A minus R or A and R data. Models can simulate fluxes and transformations not easily measured. For example, they could model denitrification losses, which would be really hard to measure at the field scale. They can also model or simulate long-term trends so that we see what is going to happen if management continues at the same pace or if progress is made. Models can be implemented at different scales, and they also include processes below the root zone, in the vadose zone, which is important, especially in areas where it takes years or even decades until a molecule of nitrate that moves below the root zone today reaches the groundwater. So models can be very valuable, and we encourage their use, but the calibration and annual updates can be very time consuming. That may be too costly for some smaller regions, and model output may not always be very transparent. We get an output, but you really have to go into the equations to see how was it calculated and is that a good way to calculate that. So we consider models a valuable tool, but we don't think models should be required to supplement A and the calculation of A and R values. And also, different models may be the best fit in different regions. So different regions may find one model, or a region may find one model that works best for their purposes, and another region may find another model. So it should not be prescribed which model to use. Next slide, please. So now we had a lot of discussions about limits and targets, and we found that both targets and limits can be effective, reaching the goal of improving groundwater quality. But one point we found is very important, that targets and limits are developed at regional level by regional boards. The reason for that is, as we see on the next slide, first of all, California's agriculture is highly diverse. The crops grown, many crops are grown on a regional scale. We have different cropping systems, from several crops per year on the Central Coast, mainly one crop here in the Central Valley. Soil types are different, climate is different, the size of farm is different. So it's really important to have regional approaches to the regulatory framework. And also the availability of data is region specific, because the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program was implemented at in different years. So some regions have a nice data set, several years they can look at. Other regions have just started and have not much data. So we strongly believe that targets and limits need to be developed at the regional level by regional boards. Next slide. And we also found it's very important not just to focus on targets and limits, but supplement them with educational efforts, to technical assistance to growers, outreach, and help with reaching targets, help with implementing best management practices to actually get to where they should get. We also found that it's initial limits may be set where nitrogen discharge is excessive, for example, at the 80th or 90th percentile. What we mean with that, if in a region for a specific crop, 80% or 90% of growers do a better job, have a lower A-R, then it's probably fair to say that the remaining 10 or 20%, it should not be too hard for them, or at least most of them, to reach a lower level. So that would be a way to set initial limits at the high level, to really focus first on those who are way above the average in terms of discharge. And I've already mentioned, whatever the metric is, we recommend A-R, but it should be used on a 3-year rolling average, because there can be situations, let's say a late disease outbreak where all the fertilizer has already been applied, but a late disease reduces the marketable yield. Or we've seen it this year, we had a late rain and it considerably reduced the cherry harvest in the San Joaquin Valley, even though all the management has already happened, but a late rain just before the harvest reduces the yield, which means R is much lower in that year. So it's just 2 examples why it is important to use at least a 3-year average. Next slide, please. So we discussed a lot of how to implement targets and limits, and we found an iterative process may be best way to do it. First, start with interim targets or limits and provide education or outreach to growers to reach these goals or these targets and limits. After a certain time, for example, 3 or 5 years, the situation should be evaluated, the progress that was made meeting these targets and limits. Do growers use best management practices to actually get to where they need to get? And also, it would be very important to see what are the reasons for success or failure. And so that will help adjust outreach efforts and technical assistance. And so then in the next step, stricter targets and limits could be applied or defined, and the process would repeat itself. And so step by step, we would move towards nitrogen loadings that are protective of water quality. So that was the approach we found would be best to lead to improved water quality. Next slide, please. The Ag Order 4.4 on the Central Coast also included or had some exclusions of nitrogen in the irrigation water from the calculation of A or calculation of applied. And one of the questions was about that, whether we support that. And as a panel, we agreed that nitrogen in irrigation water is plant available because it's in the form of nitrate, which is the main form of plant available nitrogen. We also support the principle of pump and fertilize, which means that the nitrogen in irrigation water should be accounted for because it is plant available and it's basically free fertilizer for the grower. So it should be taken into account. We found that the nitrogen in irrigation water should be limited to the water that is needed to grow the crop, either the total water applied or to meet evapotranspiration. And that's important because in some situations, growers have to apply more water because they need to leach salts. But whenever salts are leached, the nitrate in the water that's applied will leach with these salts because it's one of the more mobile elements or molecules. So growers should not be penalized by having to leach salts, by having to take into account the nitrate in that water that is leaching immediately, and the plants have no chance to take it up. So we found that should be a limit. We also found that an initial cap of 200 pounds of nitrogen per acre applied with irrigation water may be helpful, especially in regions where irrigation water has a high nitrate concentration, to give growers some time to adjust to it, to the new adjust to taking that into consideration. It may also be that in some cases during part of the season, even though the total amount applied with irrigation water may be high, but during part of the season, the crops may need a little bit more nitrogen. So we found that initial cap would make sense, but it may be increased over time when growers become more familiar and it is more common, or hopefully common, to take nitrate in the irrigation water into consideration. Next slide, please. Then we were also asked to discuss additional components that were included in Ag Order 4, components of A and R. Ag Order 4 on the Central Coast included discount factors for compost and organic amendments or organic fertilizers. Ag Order 4 also included additional components of R for scavenging nitrogen, for nitrogen treatments, and other management practices that may be defined in the future or that are not quite applicable yet. And we discussed whether these additions are appropriate. We found yes, and I will go into more details in the next few slides. And again, we recommend that the adoption of these additional components should be left to the regional boards. There may be regional differences, or it may, so it should be the regional boards making the ultimate decision. Next slide, please. So discount factors for compost and organic amendments or organic fertilizers. The reason for these discount factors is that not all nitrogen in compost and organic amendments becomes crop available in the first year. Next slide. This is just an example from one of our studies where we used literature data from all around the world for many different studies. On the vertical y-axis is the added nitrogen that is available in percent of the nitrogen added, and from left to right is days after incorporation. And these are two slides, but they show the same, just different materials. And we can see, for example, for poultry manure, from between 25 and 45% of the nitrogen becomes available during the growing season, but the rest is not directly available. And also on the top slide, you can see yard waste compost, less than 10% becomes available. Next slide. So that's also important to keep in mind. In California, the state makes a big effort to divert yard waste from cities and communities from landfill and compost it. And so the compost that is produced by these facilities would be the nitrogen available from these facilities would be similar to what we see here, up to 10%. So you can imagine if growers were requested to account 100%, nobody would use that compost anymore or couldn't afford to use it anymore. So it makes sense to take only the nitrogen that becomes available into consideration. And by the way, that was also the approach used in the Central Valley. The only difference is that the Central Coast provided these provided guidelines on how to calculate that nitrogen, the amount of nitrogen or the percentage that becomes available. Next slide, please. So including the entire amount of N in A would really penalize first and foremost organic growers who rely on organic amendments and fertilizers, but also growers who are trying to improve soil health by applying compost and other organic materials to improve soil organic matter content. So the expert panel supports discount factors for organic fertilizers and compost. Next slide, please. The way it is used on the Central Coast, it's based on the carbon to nitrogen ratio of the material. And I think that's a good approach to estimate the plant available fraction of nitrogen. Next slide. This is from another study where we can show that, yes, the carbon to nitrogen ratio can be a good way to estimate how much nitrogen becomes available. The narrower the C to N ratio is, the more becomes available. The wider the C to N ratio, the less nitrogen becomes available during the growing season. Next slide, please. So we support providing guidelines on how to estimate plant available nitrogen. So that leaves us with two questions. First, why is C to N ratio so relevant? And second, what happens with the nitrogen that's not released during that first growing season? Next slide. So what happens when microorganisms decompose organic material like a compost or crop residues? They release some of the nitrogen as ammonium, which is converted to nitrate, and they need some of them for themselves. If we apply something with a narrow CN ratio, that could be a poultry manure, the microorganisms have way too much nitrogen, so they release some of it. At that moment, it's excess or it's a waste product for them, so then it becomes plant available. On the other hand, when we apply something with a very wide CN ratio, which is on the next slide, let's say if the CN ratio is 30:1 with a high carbon amendment or an older cover crop as promoted on the Central Coast, then the soil microorganisms use all that nitrogen that's in the organic material for themselves. They may even immobilize some of the ammonium and nitrate that's in the soil, which can be very positive during the winter when no crop is grown. So they reduce the nitrate in the soil that could otherwise be leached with rainfall. So that's why the carbon to nitrogen ratio is a good measure to estimate how much becomes available. And next slide. So the other question, of course, is if only half of the nitrogen is available, what happens with the other half? And first of all, as we've seen in one of the slides, the rate of nitrogen release is highest at the beginning, and then it starts flattening off. And after the first season, the rate of nitrogen release is usually very low, and it's approaching the rate for nitrogen release from soil organic matter. How much exactly or how much more, that's really something we don't have good data yet, especially not for California cropping system or for our climate conditions. So there would be more research needed to determine how much of, let's say, a poultry manure becomes available in the second year. But we don't really have to wait until we have the data for all these materials and how much is released in the second or third year. What growers can do is they can take a soil nitrate test and determine how much is actually there. Instead of estimating how much may become available, measure directly how much is there and then adjust the fertilization program based on the soil nitrate level they found in their field. in their fields. So we strongly recommend that growers use soil nitrate test as an agronomic tool, not necessarily as a regulatory requirement, but with outreach and technical assistance, growers should be motivated to use nitrate tests, soil nitrate testing, and they should we need to help them interpret them correctly. There are some pitfalls, but it is a great tool when done correctly. Next slide. Another component that was included in the Central Coast Ag Order was nitrogen scavenged as a component of R. And nitrogen can be scavenged by cover crops. Cover crops are crops that are grown, but then afterwards they're not removed from the field, but they are incorporated into the soil. And when non-legume cover crops are grown, first of all, they take up nitrogen from the soil. So that may be nitrate that would otherwise be leached to the groundwater or to below the root zone with winter rains. If the cover crop is a bit older, when terminated, incorporated, the microorganisms decomposing it may immobilize additional nitrogen, as I have shown in the previous slide with a white CN ratio. So cover crops may reduce nitrate in the soil two ways. First, while they are growing, they take it up, incorporate it into the biomass, but later, if the cover crop is left long enough, the decomposition of that cover crop may immobilize additional nitrogen. And then another way to scavenge nitrogen that was highlighted in Ag Order 4 is by adding high carbon amendments. So material that is readily decomposed but has for nitrogen mineralization, really unfavorable CN ratio. So that forces microorganisms in the soil to incorporate nitrate that is in the soil profile, nitrate or ammonium. So that's another way to reduce the leachable amount of nitrate in the soil. And the expert panel agrees these are important practices to reduce nitrate leaching, especially during the raining season and not just on the Central Coast. So we support including these factors into the calculation of R, not the least to motivate growers to apply these practices, because neither of them is free. So it costs growers to grow a cover crop or to apply high carbon amendments, but it can be a very valuable tool. In our report, we discuss other ways or other types of cover crops or grown during other seasons. So there are other ways that could be growers can use to scavenge nitrogen. In some cases, more research may be needed, but in the future, we may have better data to determine nitrogen scavenge factors. So we strongly support that, because these will be important tools to reduce the leachable nitrate in the soil profile. Next slide. One of the questions focused on small farms, another on alternative reporting. For those of you who have memorized the question, these are question 8 and 9. I'll mix them up a little bit here. I mentioned them both under alternative reporting, but one question was, are small farms fundamentally different from large farms, and should they be treated differently? And looking into it, we found that, well, small farms is again, a very diverse group of farms, and size alone doesn't really tell us whether they operate differently or not. But there are some groups of small farms that definitely are different from most large farms, and that have challenges reporting crop-specific or field-specific A and R values. So one of these groups are small-scale diversified farms. On these farms, nitrogen is often managed at the whole farm level. So the plots where one crop is grown are so small that usually the fertilizer is applied at the farm level. They may have multiple sales channels, and yield is often challenging to determine when they sell directly to customers or U-pick operations, it's really hard to determine yield, and which means it's also hard to determine nitrogen removed if the yield is not known. And many of these small-scale diversified farms, they produce a lot of minor crops. We would call them minor crops here in California, or that are grown only on small acreages. And we don't have nitrogen removal coefficients for many of these crops yet. So crop-specific reporting of A and R is really not practical for these farms, and there should be alternative ways, and we discuss different options for small-scale diversified farms to report or to for the irrigated lands regulatory program. We also discussed some small farms that may be categorized as reduced risk. We list a number of criteria that could be used to define these farms. And so if small farms that meet a certain number of these criteria, which may also be different from one region to the other, they may also qualify for alternative reporting or reduced reporting requirements so that they can actually meet the reporting requirements. And very important, especially for small-scale diversified farms, so we recommend alternative reporting requirements, but also it needs to be combined with technical assistance. There are many small-scale farms where language barriers make it very difficult for them to report correct values. So there is a big need for technical assistance and help for these growers. Next slide. Another group that has challenges reporting A or especially R are nurseries. They may also go on the small farms. Most of them are relatively small. Nurseries produce a diverse mixture of plants, a lot of ornamental plants. And what is very different from agricultural production is that the substrate leaves the nursery in the pot. So nitrogen removed is not just the plant itself, but also the substrate in the pot. And for most of these plants, no nitrogen removal coefficients are available, and it would take a long time to develop them for all these ornamental crops that may be sold at different stages or at different sizes. So it would be a major task to develop nitrogen removal coefficients. So crop-specific reporting of A and R is really not practical for nurseries. Nursery-wide A, that would be easy to report, but nitrogen removed is not practical. So we strongly suggest that nurseries would need an alternative reporting requirement. And from presentations we heard, we believe that the nursery industry is open to discussing different options with regional water boards because they see that it makes much more sense to work on an alternative than focusing on A minus R, which would be really an inaccurate measurement at best. So we strongly suggest that nurseries, the regional water boards together with the industry find alternative reports that are protective of groundwater but don't require crop-specific or species-specific reporting of A and R. Next slide, please. There are other candidates we discussed where alternative reporting requirements may make sense, and it would need to be discussed with or discussed between the water board and the growers or the commodity organizations. For example, low input vine grape vineyards may be candidates for alternative reporting, alfalfa and non-fertilized pasture when hardly any or no nitrogen fertilizer is applied at all. Some organic farms and farms with regenerative practices. These are examples we discussed a bit in more detail in the report, where alternative reporting may make sense to simplify reporting requirements to affected growers, but it will be important for all these groups that the it can be demonstrated that they pose a low risk to groundwater contamination. Then two other groups are, we identified our diversified farms. So I've already discussed small diversified farms, but there are diversified farms that may not meet the criteria for small, but because they are bigger, but they have all the same challenges. So that may be another group of farms where alternatives may work better than crop-specific A and R reporting. And soil or turf grass production, because in this case also some soil leaves the farm. So it's not just the grass that leaves the farm, but also a layer, an inch or so of soil. Again, in these cases, it is difficult reporting crop-specific A or R values. And then we had long discussions on some basins with unique conditions. You will find much more detail in the report about these situations and why we think that at least alternatives should be considered. Next slide, please. Throughout our discussion, we always came back and said, it can't be just regulation. Regulation needs to be coupled or accompanied with outreach, technical assistance, and research. And by the way, that's not a new finding, that the first ag expert panel also recommended that. So it needs more than just setting a target and limit and then wait and see whether the growers reach them. So we call it an all-hands-on-deck approach is needed, where not just the water board, but also university extension and certified crop advisors and everybody with knowledge of the regional cropping systems should help reach the goals, should support growers reaching these goals. Next slide. We discussed, and it's an entire chapter in our report, we discussed best management practices. Many of them I have already mentioned. So, for example, I think soil nitrate testing is an important tool, so growers should adopt more in the future. Account for nitrate in the irrigation water, but also recognizing that nitrogen is coupled with irrigation. So nitrogen cannot be managed efficiently if irrigation is totally off. So it needs to be combined, good irrigation with good nitrogen management. And next slide. And also, I've already mentioned cover crops and high carbon amendments can be a valuable tool in certain situations or many situations. Again, implementing these practices requires outreach, technical assistance, in some cases applied research or demonstration trials to show growers, yes, these can work, and that's how they can work. And again, we found that they are best promoted at the regional scale with outreach and education, not necessarily by making them required or by regulation. So it should be, growers should use these, realizing that they can really help them, not just because they have to do it because some ag order tells them to do it. Next slide, please. So, in a nutshell, the most important points is, as a panel, we recommend implementing increasingly strict targets and limits using an iterative approach. We strongly support regional solutions. We find that the focus should be on 3-year average A-R where possible. If not, implement and also implement additional components to A and R, as I discussed earlier. And if A-R is not practical, then alternative reporting approaches should be considered for certain farm types, crops, and cropping systems. And I believe I've mentioned it, outreach, technical assistance, applied research should be a very important component. Next slide, please. So I'd like to thank my fellow colleagues on the expert panel. We had great discussions. It was always great to discuss all the different things with them. I also like to thank the the experts, subject matter experts who presented at panel meetings, and also all the stakeholders and members of the public who provided comments. I mentioned it, we couldn't incorporate everything, but it definitely shaped our discussions, and it helped all these comments and presentations helped improve our final report. And then, of course, I'd like to thank Sam and the State Water Board team for organizing all these meetings and supporting us. And last slide. So I hope I could motivate you to go and have a look at that report. Thank you very much for your attention. And one last thing, if you read the report and you find a typo, please don't tell me.
We'll consider it final.
All right, and so for the last slide, if we could switch forward, we're going to pass the mic over to Karen Mogus, who's going to walk us through staff recommendations. And I guess just really quick, I want to note that during the comment or discussion, we do have regional board members or some of our program managers are joining on the Zoom, and they're available to answer questions if you have anything region specific, but just wanted to let everybody know that was a resource for us today. Right.
Yeah, and I'll just keep this brief. We are looking at the report recommendations, sort of binning them into 3 categories. So the first one is, how can we tighten up the current implementation of the program within the current regulatory framework? And that includes things like standardizing data reporting. We found a lot of issues with being able to even evaluate the data that's coming in through the various coalitions and then directly from growers at Region 3 that made it difficult to have a big picture view of the data. We did it. We were able to do it with the great team at State Board that pulled it all together, but it was a big lift. And so standardizing data would be one of those basic recommendations that we can do now without any additional regulatory action. Of course, we'll need to be working through the roundtable that includes all of the program managers at the regions, as well as with stakeholders and coalition groups and figuring out how to do that. But it's something that we can do now. The second bin I see are their recommendations that can be implemented immediately, but may require some sort of order, like an information order, for example. So one that I noted as Dr. Geisler was presenting was the soil testing. That's something that could be complemented with, and maybe we don't want to order that. We'll have to consider that, but there's sort of this middle ground where if we think we need more information, we can require it through an information order, for example. And then there's the third bin that would require regulatory action. And so there are many recommendations, from providing the regions flexibility to set their own targets or limits for their programs, to allowing discount factors, to focusing on available nitrogen as part of that. And then all of the possible alternative reporting requirements that were listed at the end of Dr. Geisler's presentation. All of those recommendations will need some sort of action to revise the current regulatory framework that we have in place in the East San Joaquin Order. So my recommendation for you all to consider as we're getting into the discussion, and for all of the commenters to also consider before they come up and make their comments, is to first have a workshop with all of the regional boards to come and be able to talk directly to the State Board members. We heard that a lot throughout this process and throughout implementation of the program, that the regions definitely want to have the opportunity to talk about what the challenges are in their regions, why it's important for their region to have certain flexibilities, whereas there may be things that make good sense to have statewide, and hold this workshop in a public setting at a board meeting, and hopefully sooner rather than later, so that we can continue the momentum and conversation going with the program. So that's my first recommendation. The second is to work with all of the interested parties and those that have been involved throughout this process to propose options for addressing the other big ticket items through a regulatory action and start doing that in a public process with public workshops and come to the board at some date certain to come back with a proposal and get direction on where you'd like us to proceed. So with that, I look forward very much to hearing your questions and comments, as well as those of all of our commenters that I know have signed up to make comments. So before I end, though, I just really, really want to thank Dr. Geisler for taking on the chairmanship role. He has asserted he'll never do it again. So so we're really, really, really grateful to have you on board. He did an excellent job of guiding the discussions and really getting input from all of the panel members at all of the different meetings. I also want to especially thank the rest of the panel members, and in particular, Dr. Harder, who has participated on sabbatical from Japan for the last 6 months. So that was just amazing that none of them got paid enough to do the work that they did as part of this. And again, all of the stakeholders, the regional boards, everyone who participated in the process was absolutely fabulous. And I'm amazed actually that we got this done in the timeframe we got it done. And we were shooting for January. I think the additional time was time well spent to have further discussions among the panelists, as well as hearing from all of the stakeholders. It's just really been a pleasure, a lot of work. And I can't thank enough the team from DWQ as well. And Sam and his, I know there's lots of thank yous going on, but this has been a great process. And it's all thanks to all of the team that has really come together and made it happen. So look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Ms. Mogus, for your leadership here amongst it as well. I have to just join in on the thanks and acknowledge Dr. Geisler and your chairmanship. You know, watching this process unfold, just incredibly impressed and very, very proud of the work that is ongoing here in the state. The reality is, I think we all know we're decades ahead other states when it comes to the issue of management of nitrates and nutrients. And in a warming climate, it's going to become all the more important that we have a handle. And not to mention the impact on human health ultimately. You know, increasingly, whether it's colon cancer incidences or dementia, nitrates in drinking water do contribute to impacts significantly on public health. And so being able to address those, being able to address the ecosystem and system impacts ultimately these nutrients are having in the incidence of harmful algal blooms and again, in a warming climate, all this work is just so important. And so thank you for just taking on the questions and doing so in a way that has been incredibly thorough. And importantly, the participation that we saw was incredible to see. Just the consistent participation from folks to help us synthesize our best way forward in this program has been I'm very thankful to see. I know that there's a lot of work still now then ahead, but I feel we have, as Ms. Mogus said, incredible momentum on this discussion and the ability to improve the program, both by taking some regulatory action here at the state board with our regional boards, but also focusing on those the actions that we can take already. And I know we have an realignment study that we did with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. That complements this work all very well because a lot of it is focused on our data systems and how to ensure that we are being better decision makers because we're taking advantage of all this new data and know that we still have pockets where we don't have enough. So just join in the thanks and acknowledgement of everyone's contributions here. Again, decades ahead other states when it comes to this discussion, and incredibly proud for it. I actually want to hear more from other board colleagues and also our commenters here. But I think just, one question I had was just around the effectiveness of the current programs and wondering just kind of what you saw there. And if there were other states potentially that are doing similar work, or if you were able to learn from some other programs out there, or we kind of singular, I guess, in where we are in our discussion and a bit cutting edge.
I'm not that familiar with other states in the US. I know that in Oregon, they have just started the whole discussion. They reached out to me a few times to get some input from California. Not that familiar with other states. I think in Europe, more has been done for quite a while already, but I'm not that familiar with the details that I could compare and say they are further away or closer to a solution or not in California.
That's fair, and I appreciate that. And I guess my other question was just around the cost of the soil nitrate testing. How big a lift is that, or cost for, say, a farm to undertake it?
There are two ways of doing it. Growers can take a sample and send it to a commercial lab, and that will probably be for $20, $30. They can also do it on the farm relatively cheaply with a test strip that changes color. It's less accurate, but it gives a good indication of how much nitrate there is. Is it low or is it high? So that would be probably a few dollars per test. So it will require some assistance, some outreach, but my colleagues, Mike Kahn and Richard Smith, who were also on the panel, they have done it on the Central Coast, and I think with good success.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. Well, just again, a lot of thanks to you and the expert panel for just the incredible amount of hours and work. We have a lot here synthesized. It is an incredible report and just very fortunate for it, and look forward to hearing questions from fellow board colleagues and comments. And importantly, we have a little over 20 commenters here, so looking forward to hear follow-up from folks that participated here in the process. Look to my fellow board colleagues. Vice Chair.
Well, I just want to take this as an opportunity to also thank you, Dr. Geisler, and the whole team. I sat in on many of the sessions and was just really impressed with your leadership skills and throughout the process, collaborating both with your team, but also providing the opportunity to hear from others. The panel discussions, I think, were very interesting and thought-provoking. And then, of course, a transparent process throughout, providing the opportunity for public comments. So thank you very much for that. I just have a couple of questions in follow-up on the question about testing. I have not yet had an opportunity to read through the entire report, but I did note in many of the sessions, recommendations coming up about additional information or additional things that could be done. And so just wondering if you could either point us to a place in the report, or if you could comment now on prioritizing, because of course we're looking for an effective program, but also want to have a program that is cost effective as well, keeping in mind, as the chair noted, the most recent report that came out from the Department of Food and Agriculture on streamlining. So really looking for ways to be efficient and effective at the same time.
If I remember correctly, that was question 7, if additional reporting is required. So it would be chapter 4.7 in the report. We noticed a few things that could be added. One was the elements of A&R, the distribution by crop in certain regions to see not just the average, but how is it distributed across growers, the different quartiles. Another thing that was based on public comment, I think some acreage information should be included. We recommended probably classes of acreage, not the exact acreage of each field, but is a field between 5 and 10 acres or between 100 and 200 acres. That, of course, makes a difference. And that would be a recommendation for the way it is done in the Central Valley. I believe on the Central Coast, that information is already included. Then we also found soil type, maybe something the coalitions could provide, a main soil type for individual fields, because that makes a big difference, whether it's clay, rich, or sandy soil. these are the main things I can think of. I'm sure I'm forgetting a few things, but
Right. And then any comments on priority? If you were to rank those additional suggestions on requirements, or even if they're not requirements, suggestions as to reporting that the coalitions would be undertaking on their own.
I think I would like to leave that up to the coalitions, what they can implement immediately, what would take longer for them to implement. So.
Okay, and then the last question is on the shift in A over R to A minus R. And do you see any challenges if that system were to be implemented in terms of the collection of the information under one system and then transitioning to a different system?
The information required from growers or coalitions would be the same. It's just how A and R are related to each other. Basically the last step of the calculation would be different. It's either divided by or subtracted from. So from data acquisition, it would not be a challenge to do that. Probably my main concern is that it's easy to get a clear number when you calculate A minus R of 31 pounds or even 31.5 pounds. But so the main challenge is to always remember these are estimates. No matter how many digits behind the point, it's still an estimate, and they should be considered that. But that's the same, of course, for A over R and A minus R. So these values, especially the R side, is an estimate, and that should always be kept in mind.
Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, thank you for the science lesson on compost, nitrates or nitrogen in irrigation water, et cetera. I found that to be particularly interesting. And then also your comments on, and the work that you all did, really considering that healthy soils is something that, where we want to head and as much as possible, and making sure that these practices are incentivized and that we don't have unintended, actually disincentives in the reporting. So thank you for your comments on that.
You're here. Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Firestone. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Geisler, and to all the panelists in particular. I also was able to watch and most of the meetings, and it was unbelievable how much each of these incredible experts was engaging and digging into the questions that we asked, actually paying attention to those and trying to answer them, which isn't always the case with expert panels. And, you certainly weren't compensated for the amount of time that you all put in. And it just is such a service to the state. And so thank you. And thank you to all of the expert panel. I could not be more thrilled with how this came out. You never know when you start these processes, and I think that's a lot of your leadership. It's incredibly thoughtful and valuable report. I think is exactly what we were hoping when we drafted questions and when we identified that we needed an expert panel to answer some of these questions. This was different regions were saying, we think we should be able to do it this way. We think this is needed. And we said, all right, we need an expert panel to weigh in and let us know what is an appropriate metric. Can we establish a metric? What would that be? And, all of these questions and details that you all really answered and answered thoughtfully. You had a lot of diverse expertise and diverse experts that came in through that public process that you really listened to. And I just think the clarity and usefulness of all of these answers can't be understated. So thank you. And thank you to staff as well. all of the staff as well as Chief Deputy Mogus. I think this was just a really, really well done effort. Questions. I know we're going to talk more and hear from a lot of folks. This is obviously something that's incredibly important to a lot of people. The questions I had, so one was, it's interesting when Ag 4.0 came from the Central Coast, they were suggesting or had put forward using just A as a metric. And we said that wasn't okay. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the consensus here is that could be okay in some circumstances. If you don't have, I think in particular, the Central Coast had said, we don't have R yet. We're going to be collecting it. But in the meantime, we want to be able to utilize another metric to be able to ratchet down. And I know there's a lot of nuance here. I'm not saying you weighed in exactly on what the Central Coast was proposing, and also that A is calculated differently and defined differently than maybe what they had, but just wanted to clarify. So the recommendations here, it look like, are A minus R over a 3-year running average is the preferred recommendation that is consensus, but there may be cases where, including some of the small diversified farms or where there's not data, where A by itself and having a metric around that might be appropriate. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we prefer A minus R, but we also found that R is not available. Instead of waiting years to develop R, it would be better to focus right now on A, but make an effort to either develop R where possible or find an alternative way to long-term way to report nitrogen use in systems. But yes,
Yeah,
so
great.
that's correct.
Okay. And then my other question is around you all, I just in terms of interpreting the recommendations here. So first of all, I know you all used limits and targets interchangeably. I really encourage folks to think about not getting too hung up. I'm glad that you all just move forward with giving recommendations on metrics. And I think I think what this comes down to is what is in this next phase, which is how do we design a effective regulatory program? And what we were asking you for is metrics, and that's what you gave us. So I really appreciate that. One of the things you suggested was maybe for interim, starting with something like the 80th to 90th percentile, but also recognizing that there's regional variability that may be appropriate. Is there, would there be, I guess I'm wondering, would it be appropriate for some regions to be looking at even like a 60th percentile or different? Where did the 80th to 90th come in? Was that sort of a straw person, like this might be a good place to start? Is there something that we should be keeping in mind as we think about those thresholds?
It was a suggestion, and mainly because we thought, well, if 80 or 90% of the growers growing the same crop in the same region can do a better job, then it should be possible for the remaining 10 or 20% to reach that at least that level. So that's where it came from. We had long discussions. 70, I think, was in the room at one point. So I guess it depends a little bit on the distribution as well and how close they are for specific crops. But we just found, well, if 20% or if 80% of growers can do a better job, I think it shouldn't take too much effort for the remaining 20% to at least get to the level of the others.
Great. Okay. And then let's see. I guess I'll last sort of question was, It may be just reiterating the discussion that Vice Chair had with you. I think, I don't know, on mine it says question 5 focused on the data collection and reporting practices. And it looks like there's actually some pretty modest additions here that the panel is really focused on. And so, you talked about soil testing, but a lot of that was around some of the best practices or definitions of how things are calculated. But in terms of actual reporting, it looks like, I just want to, again, make sure I'm understanding. It looks like you're really just suggesting adding that there should be, as you said, some size of the field or parcel, which I think is a consensus. Well, all of these were consensus, but really, as I saw with our data analysis that staff did as we were trying to utilize data that currently exists, was just a real limiting factor, not having that. So that seems not very burdensome and necessary. And then some simplified information on predominant soil series, and then a summary table for that, like you said, it breaks out for each crop or cropping system, total acreage, average. So like it's some summary, some ways of standardizing summary information. But the biggest addition, it seems to me, was just adding some acreage. And I just want to clarify if that's right, or if I'm missing something in terms of additional reporting requirements that were recommended.
No, I agree. I think for growers, the only difference, if I remember correctly, would be probably to report soil series data, or that's even something the coalition could do because they have the coordinates. As far as I know, growers already report their acreage, so it would again be more the coalitions, how they present the data to the water board. So most of these changes would affect the coalitions, how they report, but I don't think growers will have to report more data to the coalition or the third parties.
Thank you so much. Okay, I remembered one last question is for the one of the tensions with this is that we're trying to standardize things, and you provided actually very clear definitions of the definitions of what we're measuring and the metric itself. But you're also recognizing that there's regional variations, and we should be providing flexibility to the regions on things. And I just want to kind of put a fine point. So is the suggestion, the recommendation of the expert panel to have consistent definitions and metrics so that statewide, so that they can be understood statewide and consistently defined, but then allowing regions some flexibility in terms of how they maybe set thresholds or utilize those metrics? Or is there is there a way to sort of clarify what you're recommending be consistent across the state versus where we allow more regional flexibility?
For the metrics, I think A-R, where applicable, that could be a statewide metric to be used. There may be some differences how to calculate it. I mentioned some of these additional factors in some regions. There may be a lot of interest in implementing them. Other regions, I think it's just not relevant at the moment, so they may wait a bit longer. So there may be some regional differences how A and R are calculated or what goes into A and R. But as a whole, I think A-R or A, where R is not available, is a good metric for the entire state. And definitely the regional differences come into place when setting limits or targets and how to move forwards over time. I think that should really be left to the regions, and that will depend a lot of how close the growers at the moment are to protecting the groundwater. If they are close, it will be much easier than in regions where they are still quite far away, where much more effort will be needed, and it may take longer to really get where the situation should get to.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Great. Well, I'll add on to the thank yous. So thank you so much to you and the expert panel for the time and dedication to answering the questions that we had. They were not easy questions. They were very long, multi-part, very complex questions to even understand what we were asking for. So the fact that you dove into that, you took it on willingly and did such a phenomenal job in synthesizing that information into a way that's easy to understand, where your panel's coming from and the rationale for the recommendations is so much appreciated from here, as well as just on the state level. I mean, the fact that we're still talking about the 2014 expert panel means that we're going to be talking about your report for a long time to come. So thank you. And I do ask, just reconsider in the future if another opportunity comes up. Because I watched, to lead a panel, seriously, I watched many of them and was really impressed by your engagement and the way you made sure everyone had a voice in the process, and took recommendations regardless of where they were coming from and how they were presented, and folded them in. You really took that to heart, and it was appreciated. So thank you for that, and thank you, of course, to the team. I saw you as well, and we couldn't be here today without that engagement. And fortunately, most of my questions have already been asked in some form or another. But I have two areas I wanted to touch on, and one is this is an important moment, getting to the finality of this report, and you emphasize the work that the regional boards have been doing, and the importance that they continue to lead in their regions with their irrigated lands programs and setting appropriate regulatory requirements there. What's your sense for how they've done to date, just as a general principle? We had the table in the beginning that had all the regional boards and where they're at in their programs. Just, kind of your general impression about, have we made progress in reducing nitrogen application in the state? How are we doing there?
I've mainly seen, of course, Central Valley and the Central Coast, and I was involved in the education of CCAs that have to sign off on irrigated land management reports. And when we had these first trainings with CCAs who already have quite a good understanding, there was a lot of skepticism, and a lot of people were concerned about the new program. Now it has changed a lot, so I think that's really, really positive, and I think a lot of people in the industry as well understand something needs to be done, and it is much more accepted in California than it was 10 years ago, or when the first expert panel report came out. And I think a lot of progress has been made. Some people may say not enough, other people say definitely enough. But I think we're on the right track, and we just have to keep pushing, and as we mentioned, also include outreach and technical assistance to growers. So I think it's very important that growers not just see as a regulatory requirement they have to meet because somebody in Sacramento tells them to, but they also see the usefulness of it. And it's water quality, but it's also having inefficient nitrogen, or using nitrogen fertilizer inefficiently, is a cost factor. So I think it's important that growers see that it can be beneficial for them too, and then we can make more progress in the future.
Completely agree. I really appreciate that. And it's on my mind as well. And I do think we're on the right track. I do think we have to keep moving forward, which is why the expert panel report is so important at this moment to help continue this iterative process that we practice under Porter Cologne and as we try to protect our water quality. But one of the areas that we tend to struggle with there as well. So we have the science clearly, and you weighed in on that in terms of what we can achieve, how to approach using A-R to set limits and targets. But on the other side, the science of understanding what's technically and agronomically feasible to achieve is that balance that I think we or the regional boards are going to have to work on to figure out what's that right tenor of setting metrics and targets, the time, the methods, incentives, and other things to help ensure that we can have successful agriculture in California for future generations. Because I think we want to see all of that. We want to protect our groundwater resources. We also want to support agriculture. So this is just more of a general question for you as well. Just do you think, is the science there? Has there been a lot of research? Is there a good body of research in terms of agronomic feasibility and the science in terms of what can be achieved at this point in achieving a protective A-R?
Again, there are definitely big regional differences. I mean, we heard a lot from the Central Coast, where it will be much more challenging just because they may grow several crops a year. So if there are 3 crops grown and some nitrogen is leached, then it adds up to a lot throughout the year. So regions where they're further away from protecting groundwater, much more will be needed. It's really hard to say whether we have all the tools already, but we definitely have quite a few tools, and we know the best management practices, but it may take time in some cases to get to values that are truly protective of groundwater. It may require investments that cannot be made immediately, but so I can't really answer your questions, but we need to keep going and trying to get to the goal as fast as we can, and let's say as fast as feasible.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just an area to put a pin in and acknowledge that there's more work to come on that side as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, board member. Definitely a lot more work to come here. So we have about 20 plus commenters. I do want to note, I think what we'll try to do is close out this item before then we take a lunch. And so be good, I think, to start to get to some of these folks. Just a lot of appreciation here for folks' patience. I'll go ahead and call folks up in the order that people signed up. And so I believe our first commenter here will be Sarah Lopez, be followed by Mali Lono Batura, and then Ariana McCrae. Good morning. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Sarah Lopez, and I'm the Executive Director of Central Coast Water Quality Preservation, Inc., or Preservation, Inc. for short. We are the coalition-like third-party group approved by the water boards to help Central Coast farmers comply with the Irrigated Lands Program, or AG Order. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, and our mission is to improve water quality by helping farmers comply with the Central Coast AG Order. Our work includes INMP reporting, data quality, following up with high outliers, and farm water quality management plans. We're also considering new roles in the Central Coast's Alternative Water Supply Program, which is in development as part of the State Board's remand of Ag Order 4.0. Like many others, Preservation, Inc. is deeply appreciative of the expert panel process and all of the work that the panel members, facilitators, and State Board staff poured into it. We also recognize the significant water quality issues caused by agricultural nitrogen and the challenges faced by people and communities with impacted water supplies. In order to cooperate with the spirit and technical nature of the expert panel process, we limited our comments, for the most part, to technical issues and tried not to delve into policy or economic matters for the most part. Based on statements by state board staff, including in this morning's comments, it's my understanding that there's a forthcoming public process during which it will be appropriate for Preservation Inc. to comment more fully on significant economic and policy matters which intersect with the expert panel's charge. And I can't begin to address these during my 5-minute comment today, so I'm just going to scratch the surface right now of one issue. The Central Coast Water Board is holding a workshop this week on its proposed revised Ag Order 4.0. The revised order imposes a numeric limit for groundwater protection that the majority of our members very likely cannot meet. Our membership consists of about 2/3 vegetable and berry crops, and right now only about 15% of them appear able to comply with this new receiving water limit, which almost certainly corresponds to A-R values in the ballpark of 50. This is the same as the final limit in the original Ag Order 4.0, and it's exactly the opposite of what the expert panel recommended. Dr. Geisler talked about it today in his targets and limits slide and in the panel's report. It says if Region 3 considers implementing limits, it may make more sense to do so at the highest A-R target, as it is currently agronomically achievable by 80% or more of the growers. More restrictive A-R objectives should be considered as targets since they are more agronomically challenging to achieve. So where Dr. Geisler talks about setting a limit at the 80th or 90th percentile, the Central Coast Ag Order talks about a limit at the 15th percentile. And this was true before the remand, and it's true now after the remand. The pre-remand order also contains limits at the 60th percentile, which are slated to apply in 2028. So we have this scenario where if the current revised Central Coast Ag Order is adopted, Preservation Inc. is likely to lose a significant percentage of our membership. And depending on what happens with the remand, we'll lose about 40% of our largest commodity group, vegetables, in 2028. We also have other administrative and monitoring costs, which will likely mushroom in the next few years due to both new and pre-existing Ag Order requirements. So if you combine mushrooming costs and shrinking acreage to spread it over, we're effectively punishing the remaining compliant growers for staying in, and the cost incentive to be a Preservation Inc. member evaporates. In closing, I'd like to again express deep appreciation for the expert panel process and urge the State Water Board to adopt the experts' recommendations, especially those that bear on the remand of Central Coast Ag Order 4.0. On behalf of every farmer on the Central Coast, I'm concerned about Preservation Inc.'s long-term viability, and I'd like to request additional opportunities to expand on these concerns for State Water Board consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Really appreciate your leadership and engagement across this and look forward to engaging further here as the board considers these recommendations and looks to implement them. So just thank you. Really appreciate your contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Mele Lono Batura, be followed by Ariana McCrae, then Abby Taylor Silva, and then Connie Gibson.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good to see you. Thank you.
Great. Good to see you, Chair and board members. Miley Lona Batura, Director of Renewable Resources at CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 150 public agencies and municipalities in California that engage in collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. It's great to be here this morning to connect with you. We appreciate the work of this panel and their dedication to getting this report over the finish line. It was no small feat. CASA would like to offer a couple of items related to water resource recovery as it pertains to the panel. First, CASA commends the State Board for acknowledging the Central Coast Regional Water Board Order, R3 2021-0040, the general waste discharge requirements for discharges from irrigated lands, as this directly supports the use of compost and organic amendments to improve soil health, nutrient and carbon sequestration, and water holding capacity consistent with the Healthy Soils Initiative of the state. This also aligns with the state's zero waste plan, climate resilience strategy, climate adaptation strategy, and natural working lands and climate smart strategy. Second, as consistent with the State Board's Water Quality Order number 2004-0012, acknowledging the utilization of agronomic rates, and it was good to hear more about that today in the presentation, that recognizes the plant available nitrogen of amendments, as discussed earlier, and matching those application rates of nitrogen to the nitrogen usage of the crops to soil permeability as well as soil retention capability. To close, CASA is here as a resource, and we are happy to help to be a conduit to technical resources such as research, as well as our expansive clean water network that would be helpful in this process. Thank you to the experts for your time and effort on the report. And also we want to recognize and thank Board Member Firestone for your years of excellent service on the board on behalf of Californians. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you as well for yours, Ms. Lona Batura. Appreciate the contributions always of CASA here on our work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ariana McCrae, be followed by Abby Taylor Silva, Corrine Gibson, and then Maddie Richards.
Good morning. My name is Ariana McCrae, and I'm the director of the Los Angeles.
Ms. McCrae, apologies. We can't. We could kind of hear you. It just wasn't very loud. Maybe if you get closer to your microphone, it might be helpful.
Yeah, my microphone likes to take naps during Zoom meetings.
Okay, great. We can hear you a lot better now. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Ariana McCrae, and I'm the director of the Los Angeles Irrigated Lands Group, which is a discharger group in Region 4. I'd like to thank Chair Geisler and the rest of the second expert panel for their time throughout this process. I'd also like to thank the Water Board staff and Sam McGill for their coordination. I'd like to provide a very brief background on our group to highlight how different LA County is, even within our own region, which includes most of Ventura County. LAILG was formed in 2005 for compliance with the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program in Region 4 and has been representing growers with a focus on nursery operations. LAILG currently represents 260 growing operations covering an estimated 1,489 irrigated acres within LA County. The median irrigated acreage for nurseries is 2.5 acres, unlike most farms in the Central Valley and the Central Coast. The panel was instructed not to focus on economic issues, but the cost of these recommendations need to be considered by the state board and staff. These statewide regulations create significant financial challenges for our members, and we believe that consideration of regional implementation is more appropriate in certain cases. When the Region 4 WDR was approved in 2003, database costs were less than $500 a year. In order to comply with the INMP that began last year, I took bids for a custom database that ranged from $60,000 to $200,000, not including annual cloud storage fees. Our members pay for all program expenses, so any additional requirements will directly affect costs for our members. Recognizing that, I chose a very hands-on approach that I don't think I would recommend again, but I did it to save tens of thousands of dollars for our members. This solution is no longer viable, and I'm actually getting ready to sign database contracts today in order to keep our data collection under control and to comply with our current WDR. And that's realistically for growers. Most of us are nurseries, and so therefore we're only collecting nitrogen applied values. As stated before, mainly container nurseries and small-scale diversified farms are in our group. So I was concerned when the expert panel did not include a nursery expert, but I appreciated the opportunities to comment and explain how nurseries function and how the current irrigation nutrient management plan and reports don't work for our industry. The panel did a great job of listening to those that made public comments and submitted comments for the draft report. I was pleasantly surprised a number of times to hear the panel take the time to discuss questions or concerns that I had raised or that members of our industry had raised. So once again, I'd like to thank them for that time and their consideration. I'd like to urge the State Water Board to give as much discretion as possible to the regional boards. A one-size-fits-all approach statewide is not an equitable approach to all the types of and locations of irrigated lands throughout the state. In areas like LA County, there's not a widespread nitrogen contamination in the aquifers, and the primary land distribution is not agricultural. LAILG members only account for an estimated 0.06 of the land countywide. One of the primary drivers of the A-R reporting methodology is to protect groundwater resources, but in LA County, there's minimal nitrogen groundwater impact, and agriculture is not likely the largest contributor to any impacts due to the limited land use. Our nurseries in LA County are surrounded by homes and businesses, so groundwater issues cannot be pinned solely on agricultural operations. It's important that the report recognizes nurseries and small-scale diversified farms as a separate entity from large monocropping agriculture. The reporting requirements for these types of operations are more burdensome than traditional agriculture, including the fact that nitrogen-removed crop coefficients don't exist for nursery stock, and the soil leaves the plant when it's sold. The soil leaves with the plant when it's sold. It is our hope that the State Water Board allows for alternative reporting and ideally allows the regional water boards to decide how best to meet any new requirements that come from this report. Nurseries are eager to engage with the state and regional water boards to develop a more realistic approach to reporting and monitoring nitrogen use, hopefully a program that focuses on BMPs that can have a far greater impact on preventing nitrogen pollution that doesn't rely on A-R reporting, which is not suited to nursery production systems. LALG is available to the State Water Board to answer any questions as this process moves forward, and I thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours as well, and for your technical expertise, Ms. McCrae. As we've said numerous times, it is a big state. There's a lot of diversity. And so your voice and contributions here from the LA region are just really appreciated so that we could do our best to synthesize up how to move forward. So thank you. Really appreciate your work here and look forward to further engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Abby Taylor Silva, be followed by Corinne Gibson, Maddie Richards, and then V. Thuy Nguyen.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members, and to Daniel Geisler, Dr. Geisler, and the expert panel for their dedication to this process. Their time and attention to this very important topic has just been extraordinary. Last week, the State Water Board received a letter from the Environmental Law Foundation and others that alleged that the expert panel report advises that numeric limits of 31 and 50 pounds should be adopted now. And we just wanted to make comment to clarify this is not an accurate reflection of what the expert panel has recommended, and it takes the report completely out of context. Instead, the expert panel report encourages interim targets as a pathway, and it specifically encourages an iterative process that gradually brings water quality targets closer to the operational water quality benchmark in a steady and measured way that is environmentally beneficial and agronomically feasible. And this is specifically stated by the expert panel to be the desired path forward. So instead of encouraging the immediate adoption of 31 or 50 pound numeric limits, the report is actually recommending a process for establishing targets that consider the percent of growers currently achieving the target and establishing an understanding of why or why not they're able to do so right now. And the report also encourages an evaluation process that considers environmental, socioeconomic, and agronomic and biological constraints, as well as data availability for achieving targets. The report is very clear that the goal is to move the agricultural industry in a reasonable fashion over time closer to the operational benchmark, and that agronomic achievability by the agricultural industry must be considered in every phase. And that very much contradicts the assertion that this report is encouraging numeric limits. We very much appreciate the expert panel's acknowledgement of the importance of education and outreach and an iterative process to gradually bring targets closer to the operational water quality benchmark in an environmentally beneficial and agronomically feasible way. And I thank you very much for the opportunity to clarify and highlight this point with you today.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor Silva. Next, we have Corinne Gibson with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, members of the board, Chair Geisler. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Corinne Gibson. I'm a staff attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We work alongside disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, and communities of color who lack access to safe and affordable drinking water due to past and present discharges of nitrate into groundwater. Since the 1960s, the board has recognized the harms of nitrogen pollution, and now it has both evidence and the obligation to act. After 10 months of research, analysis, and public input, the expert panel concluded that sufficient data exists to establish numeric interim limits. That current scientific evidence supports the conclusion that discharge limits of 31 pounds per acre in the Central Valley and 50 pounds per acre on the Central Coast are protective of groundwater quality, and that nitrogen discharges above certain thresholds are excessive and must be reduced. We urge the board to act with urgency and take advantage of the coalescing nitrate control and reduction processes underway across the state, including the Central Valley's Groundwater Protection Formula Values and Targets Framework, peer review, and the nitrate control program in the Central Valley in order to build on the momentum built over the past several years and take action to improve water quality for California communities. Further delay is not justified. We further recommend the state board set precedential requirements, including on setting limits, to streamline the ILRP across the state rather than leaving the decision of whether to set limits up to regional boards. We also recognize and understand that these limits cannot be adopted immediately, but that should not preclude action in the regions where there is sufficient data to suggest that limits are necessary. We understand and acknowledge California's agricultural, hydrologic, and soil diversity, and accordingly understand that not every region faces the same challenges. However, limits are necessary to protect groundwater quality, although these limits can and should vary between regions based on recharge rates and hydrology and other various conditions. As I said previously, we further understand it will take time for sufficient data to be gathered in certain regions. Enforceable limits level the playing field, rewarding responsible farmers and accelerating the transition to more sustainable, innovative agricultural practices. Communities are currently paying the price for pollution they did not create. Precedential limits shift accountability back to the source and are needed to realize the promise that access to safe and affordable drinking water is a human right. Thank you again, and thank you, expert panel, for your work, and thank you, board, for your consideration.
Much appreciation, Ms. Gibson, for your contributions here. Many, many thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Maddie Richards, be followed by V. Thuy Nguyen, and then Caroline Van Rooten.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'd like to also thank Board Member Firestone for your service. It's exciting to have a final report after these many months and all of the effort that has gone into this process. And thank you to everybody who has participated and to the expert panel members and State Water Board staff. I'd like to highlight a few elements of the report and the technical findings that I think are really important to the State Board's process moving forward. First, the panel has found that numeric enforceable limits are scientifically supportable, and has also described the methodology that can be used to implement these limits in endorsing the A-R method. The panel has described that the A-R method is both reasonably accurate enough to be useful in a regulatory process, as well as easy enough for growers to utilize to make it worthwhile and applicable in a statewide regulatory program. I would also like to call out that the panel has supported both the use of interim and final limits. And these numeric enforceable limits are critical to moving forward in a regulatory process. To date, the board has stopped short of imposing this type of limit and has indicated that this time where we are now is the point at which it may consider whether to adopt those. So with the information in the report detailing how the technical data supports that these can be adopted and are available to protect groundwater quality, I think that the board should move forward and adopt them. All of this information provides a strong basis for the board to move forward now with developing new elements to and updating its regulatory program. And to that end, I urge the board to move quickly to set both interim and final numeric enforceable limits that are supportive of groundwater quality. Sorry, that's not quite what I wanted to say, actually. I wanted to say that the state board, I would like to urge the state board to move forward to direct the regional boards to adopt numeric enforceable limits that are protective of groundwater quality. Such an approach would be consistent with the region-wide variation that the panel has described in the report. And the board has demonstrated in the past that it knows how to mix precedential requirements with elements that acknowledge these statewide variations. I'd also like to quickly add my support for the need for data transparency. There's been some discussion today about the need for data streamlining and how much of that can be done now without regulatory action. I think that that's incredibly important. And I also just would like to add a request that data be made publicly available for third-party scientists to be able to audit that data and interested parties to be able to view how the program is progressing over time. Yeah, thank you so much, and I'm excited to participate in this process moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Really appreciate those recommendations, and thanks for your contributions here to the discussion. And now, as we move into implementation of the recommendations, that engagement as well. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. V. Thuy Nguyen, be followed then by Caroline Van Rooten, then Natalie Herendeen.
Hello, my name is V. Thuy Nguyen. That's the easiest way to pronounce it. I'm a board certified pediatrician. I practice in San Diego, born and raised, lived in California my whole life, except for a couple years in Boston when I trained. I am an expert in kids. A community pediatrician. I kind of realized early on that the best way I can do, other than taking care of my own patients, because I've been practicing for about 17 years in San Diego, is that I need to speak up for kids. So I got involved in the Tijuana sewage crisis and realized there's a huge link with human health and water health. And so was approached by people who were concerned about the nitrogen pollution issue and then started looking into it. So I'm here on behalf of a team of 10 people. I recruited one of my friends who's an ED doctor, a friend who's an allergist, a NICU doctor, and a bunch of medical students and pre-medical students from UCSD here to kind of say that we're interested, we're worried about the public health effects of nitrogen pollution. And what I'm an expert in is that often when you're trying to enact change, people pass the buck, right? Like things cost a lot, but sometimes it lands on the healthcare system. Sometimes we wonder why healthcare is so expensive. And so nitrogen pollution is one of those where the buck is passed on to e.g. communities, to children, which is why I'm here, and also to the healthcare system. So nitrogen pollution actually does cause health problems. So, and as many people on this dais had mentioned, blue baby syndrome, which is my issue because I'm a pediatrician, increased risk of leukemia, lymphoma, colon, childhood brain cancer. It costs $1.5 billion in direct healthcare costs in the United States, and $6.5 billion in terms of indirect costs. So just want to let you know that I'm here to lend a public health voice to this issue. We'll continue to bird dog it and be present. You'll see members of my team, and we're all volunteer. We think this is a really interesting but very important issue that we can raise voices from and from San Diego. So thank you so much. And I'm happy to be the only doctor in the room. Usually I'm like, there's too many of us usually at work and we kind of, can irritate each other. So it's fun to be the only one here today. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Dr. Nguyen. Really appreciate your perspective and contributions to all this, and completely agree the public health aspect is one that we need to keep focused on amongst it. So thank you for your advocacy. Means a lot. Next, I'd like to call up Natalie Herendeen, be followed by Marciela Alatorre, and then Arturo Perez.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We
If
can.
it's okay, I'll keep my camera off.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We can make sure that's off. Good to hear from you.
No, thank you so much for your time. And I just want to reiterate what a lot of the comments had said. And I know this is a very difficult task before everybody. My name is Natalie Herendeen. I'm the executive director and the attorney for Monterey Waterkeeper. What we do is we work to restore and protect fishable, swimmable, and drinkable waters in the Central Coast region for all to enjoy. And I'd just like to reiterate, again, I understand the importance of the agricultural industry and the need to mitigate some of the harms, right? But there is also a need for enforceable limits because, and thank you so much to the doctor that came before me to make that comment, because on a day-to-day basis, what we do have and what we do see is that a lot of our community is suffering from health issues, and maybe not so much in the urban areas where they have, better water treatment plants, but particularly in the rural areas, which are also, in our, adjacent to our farmlands, where they're seeing the highest levels of nitrate pollution and they're suffering the highest levels of health effects. And there needs to be an increased amount of communication as well. We had, 2 immigrant mothers down in Greenfield. Their babies died from using the water because they didn't know, but if the water had in fact not had such high levels of nitrates, they wouldn't have died. And so there's a combinations of things going on where, the community really doesn't know about it, but there's also this presumption that we have safe, health, clean drinking water. And why wouldn't we, right? Especially, California, as many have said, are leading the way in a lot of these regards, but we still continue to have drinking water that is unsafe. Down in San Lucas, you have individuals that have regular, consistent health problems. Their animals are dying. I personally don't give the water to my dogs, and I live in Salinas, and we're about half the allowable limits for the EPA, and I still see the effects. So again, I appreciate everyone's comments and all the hard work, and that it is a very difficult issue to navigate. But I do think that we can push the bar, we can innovate, and we can set more, stringent standards to really push the industry and look at the entirety of the community and not just really, I think what we overemphasize the need of the agricultural industry. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Ms. Arendine, for your comments here and contributions. Apologies, I think I skipped over Caroline Van Rooten, but I don't know if Caroline is on the platform. Okay, thank you. Then we will now go to Marciela Alatorre, be followed by Arturo Perez, and then Maria Perez. Hello, good to see you all. Really appreciate you all joining us here.
Good morning. Can you hear us?
We can. Thank you.
Good. My name is Maricela Mares Alatorre. I'm with Community Water Center in our Visalia office. I'm a community solutions advocate working in the area of East Orosi, which is an area with high nitrates contamination in the groundwater. And so I appreciate the need to protect the diversity of California's agriculture, seeing it how it's a huge part of our economy. But the fact is that nitrates in groundwater are only going up, not down. We have situations in the East Orosi area where residents are seeing levels of nitrates up in the 40s and 50s, which is well above the MCL. And so I feel that it's very important to impose reasonable limits using best practices. It's documented that nitrates are very bad for people's health, especially for young children. And the sad fact is that it's disproportionate, the amount of people affected with nitrates in their groundwater. It's usually low-income communities of color that can not afford to have additional burdens on them like contaminated water. And so I urge a responsible application of limits to nitrates. Water is a finite resource. We need to protect it because without good water, you can't grow things anyway. So I feel like the best way to do that is to impose limits on the application of nitrates to the soil. So I thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your engagement here, Ms. Alatorre, and representing communities and raising the voice of those most impacted. It's really appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Arturo Perez, be followed by Maria Perez, and then Michael Prado Sr.
Unfortunately, the Perez family was unable to join us today.
Okay, no problem.
But to have Miriam Sanchez in the room, and I
It's okay,
believe
baby.
I'm sorry.
Oh, keep going, Ms. Alatorre.
We do have Miriam Sanchez in the room, who I believe is registered. So I don't know if we're gonna go to her or we're gonna go back to her.
No, that would be great. Let's go to Ms. Sanchez. And anyone else there in the room that is prepared to provide comment, we can definitely make sure and go through folks there.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it to Miriam.
Hello, my name is Miriam Sanchez. I'm from SWRCB Community Service District and as part of Community Water Center. I am a resident from a small town of SWRCB in the Central Valley. We've been fighting for clean water due to nitrates in our water system since the early 2000s. I am aware that the nitrate levels won't decrease to where they're supposed to be instead of the levels are increasing every month. We recently found out that town of Cutler are having the same issue as SWRCB, where they're having issues with the nitrates as well. I am worried that the kids won't have the education, like not to be drinking the water, because it's bad for them. So I have to advocate not just for my kids, but for the future generation.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez, for that advocacy. Really appreciate your voice here and contributions. Thank you. Ms. Salvatore, is there anyone else there in the room with you all that would like to speak as well?
No, that Miriam was the last one.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you all. Really appreciate the engagement here. Thank you for the participation. As we've said, I know now we really are now taking that next step and taking these recommendations and implementation. And so look forward to the continued engagement with you all as we do that. Next, I'd like to call up Michael Prado Sr., be followed by Rosa Carrillo, and then Kaya Rivers.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, board president and board members. My name is Michael Prado Sr., and I'm a member of the Agua Coalition, a nonprofit organization made up of more than 30 community members from San Joaquin Valley and Central Coast. I have been a community leader in the water justice movement for 28 years. I've lived in the community of Sultana for 44 years. And I get my water from a water system in my community. Our water issues are years of nitrate. And I know Northeast Tulare County nitrate levels are presently at high to exceed the limit of safe drinking water. I'm very concerned about health impact. I'm consuming contaminated water because as I speak now, I've been diagnosed in 2013 with an autoimmune disease, myasthenia gravis. Cause is unknown. This is just a reason. And the real reason is that in California, it's a human right. That means we need limits on how much nitrate growers can use and abusers can use. Released into the groundwater. We all urge the State Water Board to take advice from the expert panels, definitely our regional water board, so that this can become a reality soon for the future generations to come, to have safe and affordable drinking water. Thank you for listening to me And before I leave, I would like to thank Mrs. Firestone again for her outstanding, impeccable work and time that she has put into this, being an attorney herself and raising a beautiful family and married to a wonderful husband. Good luck on your next journey. Thank you and God bless.
You're here. Thank you, Mr. Prado, for that. Thanks to the board member and for your just long advocacy in this space. Really appreciate your voice here and continued contributions. Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to call up Rosa Carrillo, be followed by Kaya Rivers, and then Tess Dunham.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa Carrillo. I live and work in San Gerardo Cooperative here in Salinas. Thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to comment, and thank you, the expert panel, for this report. And also, I want to thank board member Firestone for her work and commitment to the Californians. I'm here today once again to ask to set limits on nitrogen discharge to protect the health of the people in my community and many other communities affected by high levels of nitrates in the drinking water. Our communities are not only suffering with their health, but also economically due to medical treatment, higher water bills, and extra cost of bottled water. Here in San Gerardo, residents live with a constant fear and stress due to the quality of our water. At this moment, nitrates levels in our newest well are at 8.5 MCL. The fear in my community is well founded because this community has already lost 3 wells due to high levels of nitrates. Residents are afraid to drink the water from their faucets because many people in the community have been diagnosed with cancer, and many have already passed away due to this illness. This is heartbreaking for the whole community. The longer the State Water Board waits to enforce limits, the longer our communities will continue suffering, preventing us from exercising our human right to water. I am going to conclude my comments with one question to the board members. How many lives need to be lost before limits are adopted? Please protect our communities that are more vulnerable. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Ms. Carrillo, for your advocacy and voice here and contributions to the discussion. It's really appreciated, and just thank you. I know these are very personal issues for a number of communities in the state, and so just thank you for the patience and work with us here. Next, I'd like to call up Kaya Rivers. Don't believe Tess Dunham is on the platform, so then we will go to Anna Larson and then David Corey. Ms. Rivers, good to see you.
Hi, nice to see you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you, Board Member Firestone, for your service on the State Water Board. My name is Kaya Rivers. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center, where we work alongside directly nitrate impacted communities to support the realization of the human right to water. In 2023, the State Board remanded nitrogen application and discharge limits in Ag Order 4.0, ultimately stating that the State Board must hold an expert panel before the regional boards use new regulatory tools to mitigate nitrogen discharges. We've participated throughout the entire expert panel process, really urging the expert panel to strengthen the irrigated lands program based off of science and evidence to protect drinking water. After a 10-month panel process, the panel answered the board's question, does the data support numeric limits on nitrogen discharge? And the expert panel concluded that, yes, there is enough data to set limits on discharge, especially in regions that have adequate data, such as Region 3 and Region 5. The expert panel highlights that there is enough data to implement interim limits, And the panel also clearly identifies the operational benchmarks in those regions that have very high nitrate impacts, such as Region 3 and Region 5. So using this information, the board must act quickly to update your 2023 order and direct the regional boards with sufficient data to implement limits which are protective of groundwater quality and will reach the operational benchmark that the expert panel report identifies. Time is of the essence. By the end of the year, the Central Coast Board will consider adopting their revised Ag Order 4.0, which has replaced the use of limits with targets as a result of the state board's remand order. However, the expert panel report does state that limits can be made now to assess or to mitigate nitrogen discharges. The state board must urgently provide regional boards with clarity on how they can protect groundwater in their programs. Again, time is of the essence. The panel in the report categorizes some discharges as excessive. Without enforceable limits on nitrogen discharge, communities will continue to pay the cost with their health of for nitrate contamination. Long-term solutions to mitigate nitrate contamination will become unaffordable and infeasible, and achieving the human right to water will remain an aspiration instead of reality. Thank you for your time, and thank you, expert panel, for all of your efforts putting together this report, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
Much appreciation to you as well, Ms. Rivers, and the contributions and work. Definitely feel a sense of urgency and momentum across it all, so thank you. Next, I'd like to go to Anna Larson, be followed by David Corey, then Noel Creamers, and Ted Morton. And after that, we only have about 2 additional folks, so we're making our way through. And Anna Larson, I believe you're at least signed up in the room, and if not, then we can move next to David Corey.
Hi.
Oh,
Yes.
she's online. Apologies, Miss Larson. I thought you were here in the room. Good to see you.
No worries. Thank you. Can everyone hear me all right?
We can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Anna Larson, Associate Policy Director with the California Climate and Agriculture Network, or CalCAN. We are a nonprofit network of farmers, researchers, technical assistance providers, and advocates advancing agricultural climate solutions in California. First, I want to echo the thanks to the Ag Expert Panel and stakeholders for the immense amount of work put into this report. And we wanted to uplift some of the report's recommendations for your consideration and to highlight some areas for further consideration. So we strongly support the panel's recommendations to incentivize and better account for healthy soils practices like cover cropping and composting, which also connects to the state initiatives mentioned earlier, such as SB 1383 and the state's climate goals. And in particular, we encourage the state board to work with Region 5 to update the reporting processes to provide a clear incentive for growers to use healthy soils practices, and implement the panel's recommendation for Region 5 to provide guidelines and standard templates to growers on how to estimate plant available nitrogen for different sources to both simplify reporting and to ensure data quality. And we encourage the state board to consider how they can collaborate and partner with CDFA's Fertilizer Research and Education Program, as well as the Office of Agricultural Resilience and Sustainability, to address research gaps and outreach and demonstration needs. We overall support the recommendations regarding alternative compliance for small farms, as well as the creation of a reduced risk category. As the panel notes, the reduced risk criteria are also relevant to some farms larger than the 80-acre threshold the panel recommends. And we request the state board and regional boards also consider an alternative reporting pathway for diversified farms that meet the reduced risk criteria but are larger than 80 acres, since current reporting structures are also very complex for these farms with many crops, which we think will also support overall program effectiveness and data quality. And we support the panel's additions to the final report to suggest organic diversified farms using soil health practices as possibly documented by their participation in the Healthy Soils Program or their organic system plan be considered for alternative reporting as well. Lastly, we agree that including our gaseous loss in the removed calculation for regions that do not currently include it is valuable, as CARB estimates that California cropland is responsible for 50% of the state's nitrous oxide emissions. In implementing this recommendation, we request that the board consider how these data could help CARB's greenhouse gas inventory required by EB 32, the natural and working lands inventory, as well as CARB's EB 1757 mandate, which includes estimating nitrous oxide emissions. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and look forward to continuing to engage.
Thank you as well, Ms. Larson. Really appreciate those recommendations and agree that we have a real opportunity to ensure that we're working with our sister agencies out there, whether it's CDFA or CARB, to improve the effectiveness of this program. These are complex issues. These are integrated systems. We're obviously all trying to do our best around, and to the extent that we can bridge to those other regulatory agencies and make even better outcomes because of those considerations. Just completely agree and really appreciate your technical expertise and contributions here. It means a lot. Next, I'd like to call up David Corey, be followed by Noel Creamers, Ted Morton, Elias Rodriguez, and our last commenter, I believe. And if not, please do make sure you just kind of jump up and wave your hands, but will be Aaron Dillon. Mr. Corey, really great to see you.
Good to see you. David Corey, representing the Central Valley Irrigated Lands Coalitions. Tess Dunham is not able to be here, so you have me instead. Sorry to say.
No, sorry in the least about it.
Anyway, I do want to point out most of my comments are consistent with what the board members have said. I'm incredibly impressed with the efforts of the expert panel. I mean, they knew they had the substantive expertise to address it, but they also worked in an amazing way on some really complex questions. I mean, there was multiple parts on all of them, and they just stuck through it and worked through it very diligently and thoughtfully and collaboratively. And their example, I think, is something that we need to use moving forward in trying to figure out how to continue to implement this program. We need to look at what they've done process-wise, but also their entire report, not just pick specific words out of the report and say, this supports my preconceived notion of what I want to happen. Let's look at the entire report. I'm pleased that from listening to the board members' discussion, that most of, if not all of you, listened to some of the panel presentations. I mean, I think I learned a lot in listening to all of their discussions and listening to that back and forth, and that you've read the report. So I'm confident that's going to happen. I know the staff has read it. I hope that all the stakeholders take that same initiative to read the report and understand it. But I think we need to take forward what they did in their process and move through and look at the next phase of this, is how we're going to implement this in that thoughtful, deliberative, diligent and collaborative way. And, Laurel, we've done, I think, some of the best work we've done in the Irrigated Lands Program in collaborating directly through the CV Salts process, whether it was the SAFER program that came directly out of us sitting in a room, beating our heads against each other for a long time, or the Eastside Order that we put provisions in there that are bearing fruit today because of that work we've done. We need to continue that collaborative approach, work together, and try and solve problems and not just take extreme positions and argue it and throw it to your laps to say, try and figure it out. Let's look to the expert panel in the process-wise. So I'm willing to roll up our sleeves and do that collaborative work. I hope that you guys will support us and try and nudge us in the direction like you have in the past to make sure we get that done. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. I completely agree, and have a real opportunity again to take the momentum from this process and just drive forward, but drive forward in a way that helps bring folks together and have faith that we are considering what is a really complex issue, but keeping an eye on the outcomes together, and that means a lot. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Noel Creamers, will be followed by Ted Morton, Elias Rodriguez, and then Aaron Dillon.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. Noel Kramers with Wine Institute. Appreciate the opportunity to comment. I want to start by just reiterating all the thanks and appreciation that have been shared today. It was a masterclass in nitrogen and interaction in the soil, and very interesting and a wonderful process to watch. The discussion, I mean, the points that Mr. Corey just made, I want to reiterate. So really appreciate that. I also want to just express the importance of taking the report in its entirety. We've heard today some folks pulling pieces out of the report, and I think that misses the entire context. There was really good discussion that the board or that the panelists had in talking about limits, talking about targets, but also recognizing the challenges, the agronomic challenge. And so the value that the report provides is in its entirety. So I just want to make sure that I impress upon that point. I also have a hard time staying out of the weeds, so I'm now going to get specific on kind of the wine community and how this report plays into production of wine grape vineyards. So I want to set a picture of where we are economically today. California represents 85% of U.S. wine production, 95% of U.S. exports. In 2025, the grape crush in California was the lowest it's been since 1994. So that gives you a sense of the contraction that we're seeing in the industry right now, and that's being driven by a global reduction in wine consumption. In March of 2025, we lost access to the Canadian market. So when I said California represents 95% of the exports, that $357 million loss impacted California wineries and grape producers significantly. And so that's sort of the picture that we're working through. Now, one of the, going back to the East San Joaquin precedential order, when the North Coast Regional Board was adopting its vineyard order, there was a lot of frustration by grape producers around the requirements of nitrogen. We knew that the regional board's real focus and concern was around sediment and erosion control. That's their water quality concern on the North Coast. But they had to include the nitrogen reporting requirements due to the East San Joaquin order. So I'm gonna like go against my look at the whole report. In the report, there is the recognition that wine grape vineyard production should be eligible for alternative reporting and alternative compliance because we do use nitrogen differently. In fact, so California is a leader in sustainable wine growing practices. 98% of certified sustainable vineyard producers rely on tissue testing when they're making decisions on how much nitrogen they should be applying. So we already have incorporated those considerations, and so that should be recognized. And so the report does give some of those allowances for the regional boards to recognize that difference and say, hey, we don't have nitrate impacted groundwater in this area, so we don't need as much information on nitrate use. So I really appreciate getting to listen in on this process and participate, look forward to the future process, appreciate Ms. Mogus's conversation and explanation around including stakeholders in this, and we will continue to be involved. So thank you.
Much appreciation. Thanks for your technical expertise and contributions here, Ms. Creamers, and that of wine grape growers here within the state. Next, I'd like to call up Ted Morton, then Elias Rodriguez, and then Aaron Dillon.
Thank you. My name is Ted Morton, and I'm Executive Director of Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. We work to protect and restore the Santa Barbara Channel and its watersheds. I want to thank you today for the presentation and the opportunity to provide the statement. Also want to share my appreciation to the panel and the State Water Board staff and offer up my congratulations to everyone who's worked so diligently to get to this point. The expert panel found that there is enough existing data to establish interim numeric limits that protect groundwater from agricultural pollution. Now is the time for stronger, clearer action. Further delays will result in more contamination, more public health risk, with severe consequences, especially for children and EJ communities. More costs to the ultimate cleanup that's needed to ensure the human right to safe, clean, affordable, and accessible water. So today I urge you to take determined action by updating the state's water quality order in upcoming months to direct regional boards to adopt responsible, enforceable numeric limits on the application and discharges that will achieve water quality protection in their regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Next, I'd like to call up Elias Rodriguez and then Aaron Dillon.
Hi, good morning, or good, yeah, I think we're 1 minute away from morning.
It's still technically morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Good, good, good day, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Elias Rodriguez, and I work as a staff attorney at California Rural Legal Assistance, or CRLA Incorporated. And we at CRLA, we represent several community groups who are impacted by nitrate contamination. And I have 4 primary recommendations for regarding this expert panel agenda item. First, I recommend the board issue a water quality order requiring the regional boards to set fertilizer application and discharge limits as soon as possible. The issue is urgent, the data and research is clear, and communities across California cannot access clean and affordable drinking water, and the board holds responsibility for that. Second, I recommend that in this water quality order, the board requires regional boards to set a final limit as required by the MPS policy, and also set benchmarks in the time schedules for regional board orders that set enforceable limits. Third, I recommend that the order reduce uncertainty for regional boards. As currently written, the 2023 order speaks only to the state water board and its intention to convene an expert panel. The order states that it will give further precedential direction only if the expert panel recommends any significant revisions to the irrigated lands regulatory program. The regional boards need guidance immediately to understand their authority to set limits. Finally, I recommend the board require within the ILRP sufficient data collection and reporting that supports the board's authority to understand the magnitude of the nitrate contamination crisis. And this includes, but is not limited to, requiring growers to report to regional boards the number of acres on which they are applying fertilizer and the parcels on which they're applying it. Thank you to all board members and staff engaged on this issue, especially to board member Firestone. Thank you for all your energy and work in ensuring clean and affordable water for all.
Thank you incredibly, Mr. Rodriguez, as well for your contributions across all this. Much appreciation, and look forward to getting to implementation here. Next, and I believe our last commenter, unless someone pops up, will be Aaron Dillon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment. I will keep it brief because I know you guys are ready for lunch. My name is Aaron Dillon. I'm a nursery grower on the Central Coast. Today, I'm submitting comments on behalf of the California Association of Nurseries, known as CAN, which represents nursery and greenhouse producers throughout the state. CAN greatly appreciates the incredible work of the second agricultural expert panel. We are encouraged by the report's recognition that container nursery production operates in a fundamentally different manner than field-grown crops, and that this difference warrants a different regulatory approach for nurseries. Research cited in the panel's report demonstrates that in container nursery systems, the vast majority of applied nitrogen remains with the plant and in the substrate of the nursery crop, with minimal potentially being leachable into groundwater. Most importantly, in a container nursery system, the majority of applied nitrogen leaves the property when the crop is harvested. The conventional A-R framework designed for field crops, where the substrate remains in the field when the crop is harvested, does not translate meaningfully to our industry. Research presented to the panel demonstrates that resulting figures nurseries report systematically overstates the potential leachable nitrogen in a nursery cropping system. We strongly support the panel's recommendation that an alternative compliance pathway be developed for nurseries, and we look forward to working with the State Water Board and regional boards to develop this type of program. The board should not interpret existing R data that has been submitted by nurseries to date as evidence that the current reporting framework is workable. Many nurseries have made good faith efforts to comply with the regulations requiring us to attempt to report the removed nitrogen. It should be noted that this is not producing meaningful data. There are very few validated crop coefficients for the vast majority of species grown in nurseries. When a nursery completes our data on the reporting worksheets, we are relying on estimates. Attempted compliance is not the same as meaningful compliance. and continuing to require the submission of figures known to be inaccurate does not serve the order's water quality objectives. Also, shifting to an A-only reporting for nurseries would not solve this requirement. Because nurseries grow such a diverse mix of species with a wide range of production times from as short as a few months to as long as many years, nitrogen applied per acre can vary greatly from one operation to the next. An A-only metric cannot be meaningfully compared across operations and will not provide regulators or the industry with actionable information. The panel acknowledged that container nurseries operate in a significantly different manner than field-grown crops and recommended the alternative compliance pathway that moves away from nitrogen mass balance metrics altogether should be considered as a long-term solution for nurseries. We urge the board to consider establishing a BMP-based compliance tier as that long-term solution. CAN recognizes that no single practice is universally feasible across the diversity of nursery operations statewide, and that there should be regional variations to acknowledge for each unique situation. CAN respectively suggests that a BMP-based compliance tier encompass a variety of practices, including irrigation efficiency, substrate and surface management, production runoff retention, fertilizer practices, monitoring and record keeping, and source control housekeeping. This flexible outcome-oriented approach ties compliance to actual water quality protection rather than metrics that cannot be meaningfully applied to our industry. This would allow nurseries of all sizes and configurations to participate in a program that will ultimately offer much better protection of groundwater. We encourage the board to consider a commodity-specific general order as the pathway for the nursery industry. The rice industry's experience in Region 5 demonstrates that a well-documented, research-supported case for alternative requirements can result in a regulatory structure that is both protective of groundwater and appropriate to a unique production system like nurseries. Thank you for the time to comment, and thank you again for the second panel's incredible work.
Thank you as well. Much appreciation, Mr. Dillon. I see Peter Dreckmeyer's hand up on the platform, and so we'll go to Mr. Dreckmeyer.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Again, this is Peter Dreckmeyer with Yosemite Rivers Alliance. It was mentioned earlier that only 15% of farms could comply with the new order. Another way to look at it is it can be done. And of course, it's cheaper to externalize costs on groundwater dependent communities, but that's not fair. The role of government is to protect the commons, so I hope you'll move forward with strong standards to control nitrogen pollution. And I'd like to add my voice to the chorus, thanking Director Firestone. Laurel, I wish you well with your next endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Appreciate those comments. All right, I believe that brings us to the end here of our commenters. Again, incredible amount of appreciation for just all the engagement, whether it's folks in agriculture here, community members, NGOs, doctors. Really does take a village for all of us collectively to wrap our arms around this issue and figure out how best to move forward. So a lot of appreciation for the engagement. I have a few other kind of closing thoughts, but I'll go first to my fellow board colleagues to see if there's anything further they'd like to comment on or mention, and I'll gladly go first to Board Member Nicole Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. So just want to start with adding my thanks to everyone, staff. I, had the privilege of attending some of the early workshops in person. It was great to be there with you and just see you in action. Dr. Getzler, it was great, seeing your leadership and, with the expert panel all of your just leadership and input to this. It was a lot of work in a short amount of time and getting us to this point and, delivering the report, taking in just the, I say numerous, but there was a lot of comments and feedback and, just really great collaboration across the industry. And so just really appreciative of it. And also just everyone who commented today just shows the great interest in this item. And, you know, it really does just bring me to, you know, just the thought of, you know, we have a lot of momentum, as Deputy Director Mogus stated earlier, and just want to continue that momentum of just really, you know, we have a great report in front of us, and to take that report, continue that momentum, and hear from our regions and, you know, those who participate, maybe some who have not participated yet, and have some workshops so that we can continue that momentum and we can keep working collaboratively. You know, I really do appreciate Dr. Nguyen, your participation and hearing how you've brought together different expertise within your field, different doctors with different expertise, and bringing them together. And, you know, just taking that, and, you know, we do it continuously through the work that we do, but just taking that as an example of, you know, it's not just one perspective, it's many perspectives that we need to bring this together and to keep this work moving forward to ensure that we are doing, to me, carrying forward the mission of the water boards of being proactive in protecting public health. And so making sure that we continue to do that work and to do that work well with hearing the different voices, bring those into consideration as we move into implementation and not losing this great momentum that we have. And so, you know, I am in favor of Deputy Director Mogus's earlier plan of action of just really keeping us moving forward, keeping that momentum going, and just really want to thank just everyone for their participation, you know, and just really grateful to have had the opportunity to participate in person. So thank you for giving that opportunity for people to participate in person and remotely. It was great to have those options available. And again, just much appreciation to this team as a whole.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I'd like to have Ms. Tyler or Ms. Arjo pull up slide 52. And do want to thank Ms. Mogus for framing the issue, framing sort of next steps for us. And so just recalling this slide and the very brief outline, and I know there's a lot more to it. And so I just want to give you an opportunity, Ms. Mogus, to talk a little bit more about how these specific items might become more detailed, where we might hope to receive some additional information on either phasing or specific timelines on specific areas of potential action. And also wanted to just highlight that one of the areas that I'm really interested in hearing a little more information is from the regional boards on practicality of some of the recommendations of the report, specifically on the compost issue, the vineyard issue, the nursery issue, the reporting. And also, I think that it'd be helpful for us to get more information. I'm looking at Mr. Palupa in particular on Region 5, where there already is a system whereby outliers should be moved away from the coalitions over to the regional board. And I'm looking at one of the slides that Dr. Geisler, you provided on limits and targets, and looking at initial limits and the 80th to 90th percentile, and where there might be some overlap there with respect to programs that are already in development or already existing, where there are outliers, so to speak, and what currently happens with those individuals that are under the current program considered outliers that might be sort of a target, no pun intended, but for, you know, early action or consideration for targets or limits.
I'm not sure I caught all of that. I tried. I'll start with, I think that's a great topic for the regional board workshop to bring in. And how is the program being implemented currently? And what are some gaps that are not being done to implement the current program as intended? So I think we can certainly include that in each of the region's presentations. We'll need to really work closely with the regional boards to frame up how to efficiently present their program and really key into the issues that have been identified in the panel recommendation report. So that's one. Second, I would say I'm sure my staff will appreciate some time to really dig into the recommendations and do the binning. We've done some sort of high-level binning, but I think we really need to dive into the report and categorize the recommendations that we heard and really put them in those bins, and where they fall into the tighten up the current program bin. I recommend that we work through the irrigated lands roundtable to walk through those things and figure out ways that we can make sure that they're being implemented at the regions appropriately. In terms, and then that also allows us to identify the big ticket items where we do need to workshop. We've spent a lot of time in this panel process really workshopping the issues. I don't think that there's any mystery as to what the issues are. It's a matter of how do we proceed. So whether that's taking up a petition order on your own motion or an overarching statewide policy where we clearly define what's a statewide requirement and where there's flexibility at the regional boards and how that needs to translate into waste discharge requirements. So I think we can do a few workshops to figure out the best path forward for those bigger ticket policy level issues. I also want to step back because you mentioned just what's going on in Region 5 particularly, and just acknowledge that there's a lot going on in ag regulatory program beyond the ag panel and the recommendations that we heard about today. We have the dairy order that just came out yesterday that the board will be considering in the next few months, holding a workshop next month on it. We have the peer review, which was of the Region 5 groundwater protection values and targets and formula. I said that in the wrong order, but at any rate, that we just completed. That was also a requirement or a commitment that was made in the Ag 4.0 petition order. So, and looking through those recommendations, I think there's a lot of overlap and a lot of relevance to this process as well in those recommendations. And then, of course, we have waste discharge requirements coming out under the auspices of the CV Salts program in Region 5 and the revised WDR out of Region 3. So there's a lot to kind of unpack that I think and make sure that we're all pulling in the same direction in all of these processes that I think would be valuable, for us to think through and have some recommended approaches that we can then workshop with stakeholders and bring back to the board for a recommendation as to how we should proceed. I would like that to happen quickly. I would like to be able to come to the board early next year with that recommendation, with the workshop with the regional boards happening in that interim timeframe to help inform that process. Did I hit on everything that you asked for?
Yeah, that's very helpful.
Okay.
And I know we've spoken, in our briefing or privately about this, but I just thought that it was important to give the public a better sense of, next steps in the pathway forward. And so I would just encourage, as soon as you and your team and through our briefings that whether it's through the executive director's report or an updated information item, that all interested parties be kept apprised of sort of the time frame here once this chart gets further populated. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree, Vice Chair, and support for sure, Ms. Mogus, having some urgency and again, using the momentum off of the expert panel in this discussion to just really move into ways that we can better implement, and appreciate it being chunked off across those things that will require us to take some regulatory action, and then that lower hanging fruit, if you will, around program improvements that can be taken on now, especially in the data side. I think taking that sort of approach is, I think, going to be really helpful in the end, ultimately. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, great. I'm supportive of all the feedback comments we've already heard from the board members. And I also wanted to go back to some of the public comments we heard and support the chair's emphasis on interagency coordination as well, and making sure that's part of the process that you're looking at over the next few months. Because I really do think this is an opportunity to hear from CDFA. How do we lean in on implementing the regulatory streamlining recommendations, where that fits in as you're looking at those initial steps? Let's make sure we're learning from all the work that's been happening to date and factoring that in. And also on the air quality side, hearing from CARB and understanding what their role is in addressing the NOx issues, but also what our role is in factoring that in to these calculations. I think is a really important element here to make sure we're grounded in where we move forward from. And then the other piece I asked about earlier, Mr. Geisler, and I'll just add this to my request as well, is that getting a sense for what kinds of tools and approaches to understand the agronomic feasibility of different steps, whether it's for ag writ large, whether it's for different exceptions and small farms, nurseries, other programs. I would imagine, and I'll be interested in hearing from the regional boards too, but what their perspective is on the balancing and the weighing of that, and to what level they might want or are interested in additional tools and guidance in terms of how to assess those different considerations, because that's the other side of this. And it's going to be very challenging to get to a point where we have an order or a policy that directs certain metrics, limits, and enforceable targets be set without considering what the impacts those targets will have on agriculture as well. So I want to make sure that we're moving forward quickly. I share that desire for keeping the momentum up, and that's why I want to raise this issue now so we can start working on it and better understanding the what's out there.
Yeah, if I could respond, I think that the work that NRDC has done to provide us examples of nitrogen management programs across the world actually could be a good basis for us to understand that balance and how that's being done elsewhere. In some ways, we're at the forefront, especially in the nation, in the US, but maybe not so much worldwide. And so can lean into the information that they provided as part of their comments and their input into this process as a way to get a better understanding of that balance and how it's being done elsewhere.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Agree with all of my other board members. And I am totally going to indulge a little bit here because it's my last time to weigh in, and I'm not going to get to talk to any of my fellow board members as they deliberate on this after today, at least for a year. So I really, so I'm gonna take time even though we're almost at lunch. So, and this particularly is an area where I've just been fortunate to work with, so like most people in this room for decades now on this. And I really appreciate, I think this report is a testament to that the folks involved in this space are really committed to finding thoughtful solutions, and certainly the expert panel did. But I also think that the various advocates and experts and regulators all really listen to each other, and I don't think anyone is suggesting that we, don't protect agriculture and protect drinking water and protect our ecosystems. I think the struggle is, how do we work through this to get there best? I'll just say, overall, and this is something as I was reflecting, leaving the board, my hope for the future in general, but I think particularly with this item, is that we start to weigh the risk of inaction much more than we have. I think we tend to weigh the risk of acting, to especially regulatory agencies and government and attorneys, because that's where we see risk and liability. But the reality is there's a huge risk of continuing impacts and worsening impacts through inaction. And I think throughout, this is something I think people are seeing more and more throughout our, whether it's climate change or even some of the, housing or all kinds of things. So I want to emphasize, and I really appreciate the chair emphasizing, and many of the folks here, that there are really severe impacts already happening from nitrate. This is an urgent and ongoing issue, and it is worsening. And it's not only health impacts, it's also costs. It's also, we're going to have, after I'm gone, a discussion around the millions of dollars that we as a state are spending on mitigating contaminated groundwater and contaminated drinking water across the state. Some of that is nitrate, not all of it, but especially for vulnerable communities on domestic wells, that is a cost, and we aren't seeing the funding that we have both at the federal and state level is threatened to not be able to cover that. And I think the urgency in making sure that that doesn't continue, that it doesn't worsen, and that the investments that we're making are able to continue to be effective. We see we heard from East Arosi and Sultana and some other areas where, they're seeing wells that were meeting standards start to not meet standards, or even threatening, some levels where especially for domestic wells, where the concentrations are so high that there aren't technologies that will work for treatment. So this is an urgent issue, and one I think in particular, not just for public health, but also for our financial programs and demands on us as a state. We are doing so much around SGMA and realizing how important our groundwater is and not giving up on our groundwater. And so this program is one of the ways that we have to work to get to protecting that resource that we need. We need for these regions. That is vital for, both for the future of our state, especially with climate change, and for our current communities. This is also, fundamentally, this is a racial equity issue. This is one of, there's repeated studies showing that this disproportionately impacts communities of color, nitrate contamination in particular, and in terms of occurrence. And obviously it's a core to the human right to water. And these are all, I think, really fundamental, urgent commitments that the state has. So that I think again, we are never going to get this perfect. We don't need to figure out the perfect number, the perfect the perfect practice, but we do need to take these thoughtful expert recommendations forward with urgency. And I think the next step really is, how do we develop an effective regulatory program to move these forward? And so instead of relitigating these issues, I think it's how do we take this and move it forward effectively? And that's where I think what Chief Deputy Director Mogus has laid out, the regional boards really know, but so do other groups and implementers. What's the most realistic and effective way for us to implement this urgently? I personally feel like there's, we've seen other programs, like whether it's Sigma or what we're considering with the Bay Delta update, or conservation and efficiency. We need a backstop that is effective, and we need to have metrics. And we need to have, there's often with each of those, we're not getting all the way where maybe we're trying to go overnight. This is something that we set metrics, milestones, and we get there thoughtfully and iteratively over time. And we set regular check-ins to be able to allow for improvements and, recognition of like new science or new things. So I think there's a lot of fear with, and kind of not fear, but there's sometimes it feels like we're jumping off a cliff into sort of some unknown. I think that this is actually very much a continuation of what we've been doing and the framework that we've started to chart. And this is just new, incredibly clear and deliberate and thoughtful expert advice that will allow us to continue with urgency to do that more effectively. Okay, I just want to mention a couple in the weed things. I think what Chief Deputy Mogus mentioned, there's a lot happening right now. I really hope that we can, this board is able to convene, or staff is able to convene regional boards, and other groups to look at what's going to be the most efficient way to move this forward, and how do we have a process that's iterative. There's so much in here that is so valuable in the whole report. There's a lot that so I think there's some things we can do now, including like really no-brainers that allow us to have the data that's being collected be usable. Those are things we shouldn't have to wait and have a whole huge amount of more workshops on. And I think let's make sure that the work that we're doing now takes into account this clarity that we were given. I think we should encourage regional boards that are adopting work right now while they're waiting for us to be using this expert panel report. This is an incredibly important piece of information. And in general, what we do at the state board is encourage regional boards to adopt things in this order that may be different and recognize those regional differences. In this case, we have, in our past two orders, really limited the ability of regional boards to vary. And so I think if we can look at what we can do quickly to remove, to provide to empower the regional boards to act, making sure that our orders aren't limiting them from incorporating the expert panel reports recommendations, and I think most importantly, there's like clarity on definitions, on metrics that we can help make sure, and the tools and approaches that we can help make sure that regional boards are empowered to use as they act now. Those will end up coming to us, right? So we will, I mean, maybe they won't, but they'll probably get petitioned to us. And so, you know, that's an opportunity for us to also act and clarify. But I just really want us to find ways to move as quickly as possible in clarifying these things, providing some consistency statewide, but removing maybe some of the barriers that we had created for regional boards to be able to act and implement the recommendations. I also want to emphasize, I do really think that regional boards now can and should be doing enforcement. What we said in our order was that where there are outliers, you can't use maybe just a single metric to take an enforcement action alone. But what you can do is use that as an indicator that more investigations needed and require them to show that they aren't polluting groundwater. You know, do a 13267 order. We put that in our order, and I'd love to see regional boards be doing some of those actions now so that we can be making the urgent progress to protect groundwater from especially kind of gross over application where that exists. Okay, I think this is an area that's obviously super important to me. I wish I were able to be part of a lot more in the future, but I also have so much optimism and comfort that there's like incredible leadership and stewardship as this moves forward. It doesn't need me. And I really encourage David, Corey, you mentioned, I think last time when, at least on the East Side San Joaquin order, there was a lot of work of different advocacy groups that had different priorities, identifying areas where there was agreement. And I know a lot of time has been spent on that already, but particularly with this, I'd really love us to be able to, have everyone work as productively as possible to move forward the things that there is agreement on. It seems like the Ag Expert report did an incredible job of summarizing a lot of that. And now there's really what's left is the regulatory design for how to effectively implement that and the balancing of like the particular thresholds that I think the regions need to be empowered to do. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, board member. Completely agree with all those points and just much appreciation to your continued contributions across all this. It's an appropriate last board meeting for sure to have this expert panel be here. And completely agree with the comments that all my fellow board colleagues have made. As we know, agriculture is just a critical part of the state. And there are a lot of pressures that ag is facing right now, trade issues, labor, and this work as well adds a layer of pressure on the ag community. But it is worth the effort, and it has been incredible to see the progress in these programs over these last decades and have this opportunity to synthesize. And again, much appreciation to you, Dr. Geisler, for just your expertise, the expert panel, and just, again, taking this charge really to heart and putting yourselves in our seat a bit and being able to hear from folks, be able to synthesize everything you're hearing with an open mind and providing us our best opportunity here now to implement these recommendations in a way that just furthers all of the work. So look forward to soon having that workshop with the regional boards, hearing what updates we can make to our data systems and work absent a regulatory effort and hearing early next year potentially where we'll be as a board on our direction on what we'll be looking to adopt or what pathway we'll take in order to incorporate the regulatory changes here. But as we've said over and over, there's a lot of momentum here. There's a lot of need. And I'll just note, as you had noted, Chief Deputy Mogus, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is one component of what is a complex nutrients discussion that we're all in the midst of. There's also wastewater treatment systems that discharge nitrates. We obviously have a dairy order now that's out for the Central Valley. And I think what it speaks to is this opportunity we have across the efforts we have on nutrients to start to really look at nutrient credit trading programs, really looking at a comprehensive ways in which that we can address these issues in our watersheds. But this is such a core foundation of so much of the work and is just appreciated, again, all the effort that's gone into this. So congrats on the completion of this report. Thank you all for your contributions here, the staff that have supported it, and everyone that's followed along. Again, look forward to what will be further readout here as we engage with the regional boards, listen to them, and here do our best to thread the needle on a critical issue of water quality here to the state. So many thanks, congratulations, and look forward to what I know will be further discussion here soon. So with that, this wraps our item. Much appreciation again. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 15-minute lunch. We'll come back here at 1:30, and we will continue on with the rest of our agenda here. But thank you all again. Congratulations, much appreciation, and so much more work here still ahead. But thank you, and look forward to it ahead. Thanks. All right, everyone, welcome back. Hope you had a great lunch. Thanks for the break. We now find ourselves back here with item number 5, which is an item from the Division of Water Quality to consider the Kern River oil field aquifer exemption proposal. I'd like to kick it off to folks here on the panel. Good to see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Escoval, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. We're here to present the Kern River Aquifer Exemption Proposal. My name is Eric Morita. I am a supervising engineering geologist in the Division of Water Quality. Work under I'm the groundwater monitoring section chief. Work under Annalisa Kihara. I oversee a number of oil and gas programs and also the GAMMA program, the Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program. Let me introduce you to some of the folks that are beside me here. I have Forrest Can, and Senior Engineering Geologist. We've got Lindsay Moore here, a Water Resources Control Engineer. Lisa Kihara and Eric Gelman with our Office of Chief Counsel. The State Water Board staff have been collaborating with CalGEM and the US EPA on aquifer exemptions like this since 2015. However, this aquifer exemption proposal is unique. It is the first proposal to be presented before the board under the new process established under SB 1304, which was signed in 2024. This bill was designed to strengthen California's review of aquifer exemption proposals by enhancing public transparency and clarifying the State Water Board's role before submission to the US EPA. Now, before I hand things off to Forrest, we do have a presentation. I wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the folks that are in the audience that we've collaborated with closely. We have in Central Valley Regional Board, Region 5, we have Alex Olson, Supervising Engineering Geologist. And with CalGEM, with the Department of Conservation's California Energy Management Division, CalGEM, we have State Oil and Gas Supervisor Doug Ito. We also have a couple of others that came up from our Central District office who we've been collaborating with closely. Matthew Van Grinsven and let's see, we have Nikki Oliver. And last but not least, we have from the US EPA, we have David Albright, came up here from San Francisco, Region 9.
Thank you all.
So I'll go ahead and turn things over to Forrest, who has a presentation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric, Chair Escoval, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. My name is Forrest Can, and I'm the Senior Engineering Geologist with the Underground Injection Control Monitoring Unit in the Groundwater Monitoring section of the Division of Water Quality. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present the Kern River Aquifer Exemption Proposal for the Kern River oil field in Kern County, California. Next slide, please. I will first provide you with an agenda for this presentation. We will begin with a background of the aquifer exemption process and executive summary, walking through key details related to the aquifer exemption proposal. Then we will discuss the proposal itself. After, we will discuss how the proposal meets both federal and state aquifer exemption criteria, then provide a summary of public comments. Finally, we will conclude with our recommendation. Next slide. A bit of background regarding the aquifer exemption process. Underground sources of drinking water, defined as fluids containing less than 10,000 milligrams per liter of total dissolved solids, are federally protected under the Safe Drinking Water Act. However, United States Environmental Protection Agency regulations allow select aquifers to be exempted from protection under the Safe Drinking Water Act, provided they meet certain criteria. Aquifer exemptions in California are required to meet additional state criteria. The Safe Drinking Water Act regulates underground injection through the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Underground Injection Control Program, which classifies injection wells into 6 categories based on the fluids injected and their potential risk to groundwater. These include Class 1 through Class 6 wells, covering activities such as hazardous waste disposal, oil and gas production, solution mining, and geologic sequestration of carbon dioxide. It is important to note that an aquifer exemption itself does not authorize injection of Class II fluids. Injection activities, such as enhanced oil recovery or disposal of oil field wastewater, are permitted separately under the Class II Underground Injection Control Program. Next slide. The objective of the aquifer exemption proposal is to expand the aquifer exemption boundary to include hydrocarbon-bearing portions of the Kern River Reservoir. Next slide. The area proposed for exemption consists of the Kern River Formation below the sea silt as well as the Upper Chinook Formation. This area is defined by the limits of the oil-producing zones, and it should be noted that there were no drinking water supply wells within the area proposed for exemption. The source of injectate, or fluid injected into the reservoir, is produced water. Analysis of water quality spanning 25 years indicates no evidence that the reservoir's water quality has been impacted by injection activities based on the data provided. Additionally, hydrocarbon extraction activities have formed a low-pressure zone in the Kern River oil field, creating an inward hydraulic gradient, aiding containment of injected fluids. Next slide, please. The displayed map and inset is a relative location of the Kern River oil field, which is located in Kern County, California, northeast of Bakersfield. Next slide. The currently exempted area is denoted with the yellow polygon. Next slide, please. And the proposed exempted area is denoted by the red polygon. Next slide. The Kern River oil field covers approximately 25 square miles and is the third largest oil field within California. There are 9,000 producing wells, which produce approximately 67,000 barrels of oil per day and 783,000 barrels of water per day. 137,000 barrels of steam are injected through 633 steam injectors per day for the purposes of enhanced oil recovery. For context, 1 barrel is equivalent to 42 gallons. Next slide. To provide a general overview of the geology of the area, a simplified cross-section is shown. The proposed formations for exemption, the Kern River Formation and the Upper Chinook Formation, are displayed in orange and purple respectively. Note the dip of the stratigraphy, which is towards the west. Next slide. Diving further into the geology, we have provided a type log that demonstrates the general stratigraphy of the Kern River oil field. The Kern River Reservoir consists of the Kern River Formation and Upper Chinook Formation. The upper limit of this proposed aquifer exemption is limited to strata below the sea silt. The sea silt is a low permeability barrier to vertical flow. It should be noted that where the sea silt is 50 feet or less from the ground surface, the top of the exemption and future injection would be limited to 150 feet below ground surface. Next slide. Now we will cover the criteria set forth in both federal and state regulations. The federal criteria listed are in reference to Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 146.4. The state criteria are in reference to California Public Resources Code, Section 3131A. Next slide. Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 146.4A states, the aquifer does not currently serve as a source of drinking water. Next slide. This criterion is satisfied. No drinking water wells are located within the proposed exempted area. Additionally, a 30-year fixed capture radius was calculated for 67 identified water wells located near the original proposed exemption boundary. The completion depth of these wells range from 50 to 1,200 feet, with 3 wells determined to have a high probability of hydraulic connection, 43 wells vertically separated from the proposed exempted area, and 21 wells laterally separated from the proposed exempted area. The boundary was revised to remove all water supply wells using the 30-year fixed capture radius. Next slide. Therefore, Section 146.4A is satisfied. Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 146.4B1, states that the aquifer cannot now and will not in the future serve as a source of drinking water because it is mineral, hydrocarbon, or geothermal energy producing, or can be demonstrated by a permit applicant as part of a permit application for a Class II operation to contain hydrocarbons that, considering their quantity and location, are expected to be commercially producible. Next slide. Logs and current production outside of the currently exempt aquifer indicate commercially producible amounts of oil. Next slide. This cross-section demonstrates the oil-bearing portions of the proposed area to be exempted, which are shown in green. The vertically confining silts are denoted in red. Next slide, please. Green dots depict the currently producing oil wells outside of the existing exemption boundary, which is denoted in orange. Next slide. Therefore, Section 146.4B1 is satisfied. Next slide. Moving on, California Public Resources Code Section 3131A1 states that the criteria set forth in Section 146.4 of Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations needs to be satisfied. As demonstrated, these criteria are satisfied. Public Resources Code 3131A2 states, the injection of fluids will not affect the quality of water that is or may reasonably be used for any beneficial use. Next slide. Public Resources Code 3131A2 is satisfied due to the following. Groundwater contained in the proposed exempted area contains petroleum hydrocarbons. Injected fluids will be of similar or better quality than the existing groundwater in the proposed exempted area. And the injected fluids are expected to remain in the proposed exempted area. Next slide. Additionally, water quality samples indicate that the quality of water has not degraded over the past 20 to 25 years of injection operations. It should be noted that steam injection typically requires water of good quality, and therefore anticipated activities are not expected to impact nearby water quality. Next slide. Therefore, Public Resources Code 3131A2 is satisfied. Public Resources Code 3131A3 states, the injected fluid will remain in the aquifer or portion of the aquifer that would be exempted. Next slide. Upper containment is supported by the presence of 9 field-wide silts, which prevent fluid flow vertically upward out of the oil production zone. Downward containment is provided by an inverted pressure gradient imposed by production operations. Laterally, a combination of sealing faults, induced inward hydraulic gradients, and tar seals provide containment. It should be noted that, as mentioned in previous slides, water wells up to 1/4 mile beyond the extended aquifer exemption boundary have not been degraded by oil field operations. Next slide, please. To further support Public Resources Code 3131A3, an analysis of all potential conduits out of the proposed exempted zone was considered. In 2022, the applicant submitted 81 wellbore diagrams. Of these 81 wellbore diagrams, Water Board and CalGEM staff identified 24 potential conduits. Chevron submitted mitigation strategies in 2022 and 2024. And in November 2024, the proposed aquifer exemption boundary was revised, leaving 7 potential conduit wells remaining within the boundary. All 7 potential conduit wells were plugged and abandoned in 2023, and therefore no monitoring or remediation plan was required. Next slide, please. As demonstrated above, all federal and state criteria are satisfied. Next slide, please. As part of the aquifer exemption process, 2 comment periods were conducted. The first comment period was conducted from November to December 2025 and involved both CalGEM and the water boards, and the second water board specific comment period was conducted from March to April 2026. The first comment period yielded comments in general opposition, though none altered the conclusions of our review. 2 comments were received during the second comment period, both in support of the aquifer exemption. Next slide, please. The Kern River Aquifer Exemption proposal satisfies federal and state criteria because the area proposed for exemption does not currently serve as a source of drinking water. It cannot now and will not in the future serve as a source of drinking water because it is hydrocarbon producing. The injection of fluids will not affect the quality of water that is or may reasonably be used for any beneficial use. And the injected fluid will remain in the aquifer or portion of the aquifer that would be exempted. Next slide, please. It is also important to note that there are no drinking water supply wells completed in the Kern River and Upper Chinook formations within the proposed exempted area. The applicant sufficiently demonstrated the presence of commercially producible hydrocarbons, and containment is achieved by geologic and operational controls. No conduits exist in the proposed exemption area. Additionally, a condition will be included in the final concurrence letter, which would limit the water quality of the injectate to be of similar or better quality than the existing groundwater. Next slide, please. Given the information presented, Water Board staff recommend the adoption of the proposed resolution. Next slide. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. Much appreciation to all the work I know that's gone into this. When I first joined the board in 2017, actually, a number of my questions from the legislature were around aquifer exemption program. It was a hot topic then in the legislature, and in my most recent confirmation, didn't get a single question. So I think shows sometimes the cyclical nature of the concerns that sometimes we all collectively have, and I know the legislature has. So I appreciate SB 1204 and then the additional here direction and the usage of that bill ultimately for this. My question is really just on when it comes to ongoing monitoring, trying to understand. I appreciate the assessments. I feel comfortable with what staff has done here. But when it comes to just ongoing activities and concern about any potential future impacts, just kind of wondering if there are any requirements within our approval here, or I know we have the Gamma program, obviously, and there's other ways that ongoing monitoring is happening, but just wondering if you could maybe speak to what the sort of ongoing safeguards are, if you will, to ensure that the exemption isn't impacting potentially any other drinking water wells into the future.
Yeah, that's a great question. So as we noted, that an aquifer exemption does not permit the injection of fluids. So that actually happens at the project level with the underground injection control program. That is generally the opportunity to be more specific about potential monitoring requirements. And because the conditions of each project vary, it is most appropriately addressed at the project level, where you may have certain conditions that may dictate different monitoring requirements.
That's helpful. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues, I know we have a few commenters here that we can hear from, but just see if there is any question or comment before we get to them. Seeing none. We can first hear from Bob Gore. Will be followed then by, Christian Bisher. Mr. Gore, good to see you.
It's good to see you again, Mr. Chair, and your colleagues. I was waiting for my cue. Thank you. On behalf of the California Independent Petroleum Association and its mom and pop producers, we want to thank all of the staff, Annalisa, Eric, Forrest, for their precision, clarity, and diligence to appropriate a term that was used this morning and seems to be utilized with all water board actions as of late. There is some continuing urgency to working with staff and CalGEM in implementing this AE, which SIPA will do as we have done in the past, and we'll be pleased to continue working with you. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to go to Christian Bisher.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for letting me, good afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. I think my question was, I guess, kind of asked by the board chair there. A few weeks ago or a few months ago, staff was nice enough to meet with us regarding this exemption. And we operate a resident complaint network, my organization, Central California Environmental Justice Network, where residents can submit a complaint to us, and then we'll find the proper agency for that complaint and then help run it to ground for them. Well, a resident had come to us from Kern County where his property had one of these exemptions, and he felt like his property did experience groundwater intrusion. And so when I asked staff, what is done to make sure this monitoring isn't happening, or how many have happened over the course of so many years, like they didn't have an answer for that. And so with the monitoring, this specific one, we looked in kind of the rural communities that we represent in that complaint network. We did not see any in that area. Some of those map lines are drawn pretty specific. And so it doesn't necessarily, what goes underground isn't going to follow those very specific lines when it was drawn in a way to exclude something. So when you draw those lines, if there's a factor of safety, that would be nice. But having some sort of monitoring to see if there is groundwater intrusion, and I heard the staff member there say that happens at the project level, but we are in Kern County, and this has to do with oil. In other areas where we advocate for environmental issues on behalf of residents, that typically does not get addressed. And so it seems less likely that at the project level they're going to put some monitoring in so that happens. This specific instance, we didn't have any residents that we were going to advocate hard for that monitoring, but now that we're aware of this exemption process, when we follow the ones coming up, if we do have residents, we'll help connect them to these meetings so that you don't only hear from us, hear from them also. But yeah, that would be our biggest ask in the future, would be the monitoring or some sort of record keeping so that we have data over the next 5, 10, 15 years. Thank you very much for letting me comment.
And thank you for those comments and engagement here, Mr. Bisher. Really appreciate you connecting to communities that are likely most impacted here and helping to connect them to our decision-making in space. It means a lot. Thank you for the advocacy, and glad to hear it sounds like for this particular exemption, don't have community members that are necessarily concerned. Just kind of maybe looking back to our folks here, just on the issue of monitoring, wondering if our ambient monitoring network can help in some cases here, or where best to kind of point folks if they are interested in learning a bit more about the potential projects within their area, but also any water quality data that can be helpful to them as they best understand how they're being protected or how it might be impacted.
So our GAMMA program, our groundwater ambient monitoring and assessment program, has it's a similar in appearance to our GeoTracker program. GeoTracker is where we have our UIC project-related work, but the GAMMA program has more regional data where the information is provided by many sources, many different sources, and it can help on more of a regional level. But specific to certain projects, when we have water quality data that's specific there, it's put into GeoTracker. And I think it's worth noting if there's questions about what options does the public have when a project, it's at the project level. There is Senate Bill 1137 where there's health protection zone. And so when when an applicant puts in when there's an application for a project, for an underground injection control project, goes through CalGEM. And if it's within an area within 3,200 feet, there is a different process by which, if there's someone that has a receptor, they could opt into water quality monitoring. And there's even air quality, air monitoring too, associated with that Senate bill. That's something that is emerging right now as we're working with both with CARB, the Air Board, and also CalGEM on that. So that is another opportunity that is related to the project review, the UIC project review process.
Really appreciate that and helping point folks. Ms. Kahar, was there something you wanted to maybe add?
If I may add,
yeah, please.
Both Eric Gilman and I were taking a look at the preliminary concurrence letter for Kern River Aquifer exemption, and likely the language, if the board supports us moving forward with the final concurrence letter, will have the same language. But we do have conditions as part of that concurrence letter that allows for us to go back if there's reason to believe that fluids don't remain in the aquifer area to be able to require monitoring. And then it also has the conditions set forth for projects moving forward for us to include monitoring requirements as well.
Fantastic. I really appreciate that follow-up and helping point folks to areas and ways that we can remain protective if there are ongoing concerns. And just, again, a lot of appreciation for the balance in the work here. Obviously, this is important economic activity as well that happens, and I believe strongly there is a way for us to be able to pursue this work and remain protective and know that there are protections in place for communities and ways of ensuring that the data continue to inform us in case there is an issue. So thank you. It's really appreciated. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions, comments further? Board Member Firestone.
I'll just make a comment to say thanks for staff. I know spent time engaging with CCJN and I think is a great contact for also future things. So I really appreciate that connection and responsiveness. And I also just want to acknowledge the years ago when I was on the board, so not that long ago, but that there was an effort to make sure that conduits are addressed. And we see that playing out here. And it's great to see that playing out. It was an area I know I was concerned about, and I feel a lot more confident with our ability to make these kinds of determinations now that those are addressed. So thanks.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. Thank you, Board Member Firestone. You remind me that I did want to just acknowledge and thank staff for working with the applicant to take a look at not the conduits, but then also looking at the area and doing the analysis to see what would be the appropriate area to exempt. And so I do see where there was some, analysis and some back and forth and saying, okay, maybe we need to, make the area slightly smaller where we're being protective, and we're also looking at the appropriate exemption while we are increasing the area. We also looked at what would be an appropriate amount of area to exempt. And so, I do see where appears to be a thorough analysis and really taking a look and seeing what would be the right amount of area. So I just want to express my appreciation for going through that analysis.
Thank you, Board Member. Yeah, appreciate the protections and work that has gone into this project for sure. Okay. Anything further from board members, questions, comments? And if not, we be prepared for a motion.
Move to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the resolution is adopted. Thank you again for the incredible work on this. And I know there are others that will be surfacing here. So as always, more work to come. So thank you. All right, that wraps item number 5 and brings us to an informational item, item number 6, where we'll hear regarding constituents of emerging concern and particularly 6 PPD. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out.
Okay, I think we're good now.
All right, good
So,
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Um, Good afternoon, board chair, board members, Laurel Firestone, thank you for your service. I'd like to thank you guys all for your time today. I know it's been a long day, but we're going to do an informational item on our Constituents of Emerging Concern program as an update. And then as a follow-up update from the 2024 update, an introduction of 6-PPD and 6-PPD quinone. I'm Rebecca Greenwood. I am the senior over the CEC and pretreatment unit in the Division of Water Quality. Next slide. Okay, there's a lot of us up here. We're not all water boards, so as you can kind of tell, this is a joint item. And we're going to go over some quick introductions as we go through that. We'll start, and then we will have our DWQ staff present the update for the CEC program strategy, followed by the update of the CEC pilot monitoring project. And then we will follow up our DWQ portion with sharing our 6-PPD quinone areas of concern map. Then we're going to hear from Caltrans about their 6-PPD quinone strategy, current monitoring work, and what BMPs they're evaluating for their efforts. And then we'll wrap up with our last portion of the Department of Toxic Substance Control for their Safer Consumer Products program approach to 6-PPD. Next slide, please. I already introduced myself. To my left is Sarah Beth George, also in the pretreatment and CEC unit, an engineering geologist. To my right, Dr. Manuela Romano de Orte, our research scientist 3 in our unit. And then by Caltrans, we have, on the end, we have Alan Laka, and he is an engineer with the Office of Stormwater Program. And then he is joined by their consultant, Khalil E. Phelan Abu Saba. He's a doctor, Dr. Abu Saba, and he is the environmental scientist from Brown and Caldwell. And then finally, we have Dr. Kelly Grant, who is also a research scientist with Department of Toxic Substance Control. Next slide. So I want to start just kind of with the introduction of what the CEC program is and how we exist at the Water Board. And our CEC program exists to serve as a central hub and a technical resource for all of our Water Board's programs. That includes touching stormwater, drinking water, groundwater, recycled water, wastewater, and aquatic habitat. So we're really looking to be that place for all of our programs to look for guidance. What we would like to make sure is that we provide a role that whenever we have CEC show up, that we're using consistent science-based approaches across the whole organization. And we're really guided by our past actions. Our current actions are guided by our past science advisory panels and our current management to make sure that we're looking at those things consistently. So right now, our focus is building those foundational pieces needed for that statewide consistency, which includes strengthening our data quality, improving how we manage and share data, and then coordinating across programs and different agencies for our CEC program. So these foundations are really what allow us to look and apply with our next generation monitoring and our tools that we'll talk a little bit about today for our CEC pilot monitoring project, and then stuff that we will have coming up with our 6-PPD quinone work looking forward. So with that context, I'll turn it over to Sarah Beth, who will introduce our CEC strategy.
Thanks, Rebecca. So now that we've grounded in what next slide. Sorry, no worries. Now that we've grounded in what the CEC program is, I'm going to walk through how the CEC strategy guides our work. Our vision is that CECs are identified, assessed, and managed effectively and efficiently to protect human and ecological health statewide. Our mission is to serve as a technical resource that supports consistent, science-based decisions across all of the Water Board's programs. A key shift in the strategy is moving away from evaluating chemicals one by one and towards a class-based and effects-based approach. This will allow us to respond faster to emerging issues, focus on mixtures, and use modern tools and understand risk more effectively. So the strategy really gives us our direction. It's what we prioritize, how we coordinate, and how we use new science to protect water quality. Next slide, please. With that strategy drafted, we're developing 3 foundational documents that put it into practice. The data management plan sets statewide standards for CEC data, how it's collected, documented, QA/QC flagged, and shared through open data systems. The goal is to have consistent, usable, statewide data sets. The quality management plan ensures our monitoring data are accurate, reliable, and comparable across programs. It lays out the QA/QC procedures we need for sound decision-making. The communications and engagement plan covers how we share information with the public, how we work with tribes and partners, and how we maintain transparency and accessibility. These documents collectively support the strategy. The strategy sets the direction, and these plans give us the tools to implement it consistently. We'll be introducing draft concepts at a staff workshop later in the year, which will be an opportunity to walk through how these pieces fit together and gather input before a broader release. I'll now pass the presentation to Dr. De Orta.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present our CEC pilot monitoring project. This project was a great opportunity for us to apply the advanced monitoring tools that were recommended by our scientific advisory panel in collaboration with an existing statewide monitoring program, the SPOT, or Stream Pollution Trends Program, which is part of OEMA and is run by UC Davis. Each year, SPOT collects sediment samples from between 60 and 90 sites across California. They perform toxicity tests, usually with 2 aquatic organisms, as well as targeted chemistry, and they're mainly focused on pyrethroids and fipronil. For our CEC pilot, we're adding water column testing and expanding the list of targeted chemistry to include CECs, such as pharmaceuticals and personal care products, PFAS, and total organic fluorine methods. We're also adding the advanced monitoring tools that were recommended by our expert panel, including cell bioassays and non-targeted analysis. Cell bioassays are laboratory tests that measure biological responses in living cells. And non-targeted analysis is an analytical approach that screens broadly for known and unknown contaminants without a predefined targeted list. We did our sampling in 2025. This was actually our second year of monitoring. And in this map that you can see in the screen, where the black dots are all of the SPOT sites for that year, and the blue ones are the ones selected for the CEC monitoring. For today's presentation, due to time constraints, I'm only going to focus on the data of the toxicity tests and cell bioassays, because those are the 2 approaches to measure biological responses. And the reason that I'm focusing on those 2 is because we want to test if cell bioassays, which is a new monitoring tool, are capable of detecting contaminants impacts earlier and more efficiently than traditional toxicity tests, and with that support a faster management and regulatory response. So with that in mind, in the next slide, I'm going to discuss why we think cell bioassays could play an important role in monitoring programs in the future. Next. Traditional toxicity tests and cell bioassays serve different purposes. Traditional toxicity tests use whole organisms, and we look at endpoints like growth, mortality, reproduction, among others. While cell bioassays, we're looking at responses at a cellular level, and we're looking at specific biological pathways. The advantage of using cell bioassays is that they're usually more sensitive, they're faster, and cheaper, so they can be applied to a much larger number of samples. So you can think of cell bioassays as early warning tools to prioritize sites to apply more resource-intensive approaches like toxicity tests and also a more detailed chemistry list. In order to compare those 2 approaches in our sites, we built a toxicity index and bioassay index in each of the 12 sites. The toxicity index was built by using 2 organisms. We use Cereodaphnia dubia, which is a water flea, and we also use Hylela steca, which is an amphipod. Those are 2 commonly used organisms in aquatic toxicology, and we measure growth, mortality, and reproduction. The bioassay index was developed by using the responses of several bioassays that were applied in this work that together look at different biological pathways. So for example, hormone signaling or oxidative stress. So doing this, we were able to make direct comparison between those two approaches among our sites. Next slide, please. Okay, now let's take a look at some data. In order to have an easier visualization, we divided into Northern California and Southern California. On the left here, you can see the integrated toxicity index, and on the right, the integrated bioactivity index. Green color means no toxic or no bioactive, and red means toxic or bioactive. Overall, we saw that among the 12 sites, 8 of them were in agreement. So they're either bioactive and toxic, neither, or no bioactive or no toxic. And 4 of them have disagreement between them. I highlighted here those 4 that disagree, so we can take a look at them closer. So for Northern California, we see that in San Leandro Creek and Pájaro River, we saw toxicity and no corresponding bioactivity. However, when we look at the toxicity results closer, we saw that all of the toxicity was driven by Sclerodaphnia results. We saw no toxicity on the amphipod. And we know the Sclerodaphnia is highly sensitive to salinity changes. These 2 sites are actually brackish water with conductivities above 4,000. So salinity was probably the main driver for the toxicity rather than a specific CEC. On the other hand, for Tembladero and LA River, we've seen bioactivity with no corresponding toxicity. These are actually interesting sites from a CEC perspective. LA River, we saw the second highest frequency of PPCPs, or pharmaceuticals and personal care products, behind only Tijuana River, which is our most contaminated site overall. And for Tembladero, we saw highest concentration of AOF. So based on those results, it does seem like bioassay can be used as early warning tools. However, I really want to highlight here that bioactivity does not necessarily mean there is a problem. These are very sensitive tools, and the results that we're seeing here are only comparison among the sites included in this study. So in order to put these results into perspective, we also compare the activity that we've seen from each individual bioassay with established effect-based trigger values, which are thresholds that, if exceeded, they do suggest a potential sign of concern. Next slide, please. We compile effect-based trigger values or thresholds from the literature from 4 out of the 7 bioassays that we used. The other 3 didn't have robust numbers, so I did not include in this exercise. And when we look at the results and compare to the Southern California index that I just presented, we can see that all of the sites that have bioactivity, which is all of them, also exceeded at least 2 thresholds, including the LA River, where we saw no corresponding toxicity. Next slide, please. For Northern California, we saw some interesting results. For Tembladero, we had seen bioactivity looking at the integrated index. However, when we look at individual bioassays, none of them exceeded the EBT, suggesting it's not really a site of concern in terms of bioactivity. On the other hand, when we look at San Leandro Creek and Guadalupe Creek, we did not observe bioactivity in the integrated index, but they were above 1 threshold when we look at individual bioassays, serving as potential sites of concern. Next slide, please. So with that, the main takeaways that you can take are that cell bioassays show strong potential as early screening tools for water quality. They can detect biological activity before visible organismal level occurs, and because of that, they support proactive and responsive environmental management. We also saw that they can help distinguish between contamination-related risks from other stressors, like we saw indicate of salinity and the water flea, and they are effective for site prioritization. We are encouraged by these results so far, and we also recognize that 12 is a small sample. So for next year, we want to expand the number of sites. That's going to be year 3, and include much greater site diversity to build a stronger proof of concept. The last thing I want to say about these advanced monitoring tools is that we saw here that they are capable of detecting impacts, of detecting where the impact is happening, but sometimes they can also help us detect what is the cause of the impact. For example, non-targeted analysis, which I won't have time to discuss today, they help identify the CC6-PPD quinone, which we're going to talk about next. Next slide, please. In December 2024, we had a whole informational item only on 6-PPD quinone, so I'm not going to get into too much details about background information. Just quickly as a reminder, 6-PPD is the primary anti-degradant used in tires. They are used in all tires. And 6-PPD quinone is a transformation product of 6-PPD. 6-PPD has been in the market for decades, and 6-PPD quinone was only discovered in 2020 as the causal toxicant for mass mortality of coho salmon in Washington state. These findings were published in the Science paper, beginning at this whole line of research trying to understand more about 6-PPD quinone. And for us, in order to try to understand areas of concern of 6-PPD quinone in California, we, the CEC program, have built a map taking into consideration factors like high traffic volume, major roadways, stormwater dischargers to identify areas where 6-PPD quinone might be present at levels of concern. This map can help environmental programs to select their sites for monitoring, for collecting samples. It is available to the public, and it's in our website, which I'm going to share at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. We're also doing a collaboration with the US EPA regional offices, the North Coast Regional Water Board, as well as tribal partners to leverage this mapping project and build a robust monitoring in Northern California in areas of coho salmon population. So far, we have identified sites of priority monitoring. We also develop a quality assurance program project plan. And now we're seeking for funding in order to be able to do this monitoring. Next slide, please. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention. Please don't hesitate to write this. This is our email, and this is our website where you can find more information about our monitoring and about the mapping that I just mentioned. And now I'm going to pass to Alan Laka for Caltrans.
Many thanks.
Thank you, Manuela. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. I'm Alan Laka from the Office of Stormwater Program Development from Caltrans headquarters here in Sacramento. Today we will be presenting updated information from Caltrans monitoring program on 6-PPD known, or 6-PPDQ. As Manuela mentioned earlier, 6-PPDQ comes from 6-PPD. That's included entire chemical that prevents ozone from degrading rubber tires. The reaction of 6-PPD with ozone creates 6-PPDQ, which is lethally toxic to coho salmon at low concentrations. I'm going to give you some background information, and then I'll give the podium to our consultant, Dr. Khalil Abusaba, to my right, from Brown & Caldwell, to dive deeper into our recent findings. On the screen is a schematic of Caltrans' adaptive management approach to implementing our stormwater permit. We begin by developing programs to address pollutants of concern. We then implement the programs and evaluate outcomes. That evaluation then informs program refinements that we then implement and evaluate again. Next slide, please. This timeline shows where we are in the adaptive management process for 6-PPDQ. After hearing first news in 2021 about this tire chemical causing coho salmon mortality in lower Puget Sound, Caltrans pivoted their statewide stormwater monitoring program to address 6 PBDQ. In January 2023, 6 PBDQ monitoring commenced and has continued since that time. In June 2023, Caltrans received a notice of intent to sue from the Center of Biological Diversity, which was 6 months after monitoring commenced at Caltrans. In spring of 2024, Caltrans authorized a white paper on 6 PPDQ, summarizing the findings from monitoring and documenting the effectiveness of Caltrans approved BMPs in reducing 6 PPDQ concentrations. In December 2024, Hardeep Takar, our chief environmental engineer, presented the white paper findings to the State Water Resources Control Board as part of an interagency panel that included State Water Board and Department of Toxic Substance Control staff. This presentation will update the board on new findings, including stormwater monitoring results from rubberized asphalt layers. Caltrans is also working towards an update to our 6 PBDQ white paper in the near future. Next slide, please. After our 4th year monitoring a total of 701 measurements from 56 locations, our data provides new insight. Data covering a higher range of average annual daily traffic extend the applicability of our findings. We have now enough data that we can start to tease out secondary factors affecting 6 PBDQ in roadway stormwater. At this point, I'd like to pass the microphone to Dr. Abusaba to dive deeper into our findings.
Thank you, Alan. One key question for Caltrans is whether rubberized asphalt increases 6 PBDQ in stormwater. That matters to our mission to provide safe and reliable roadways while respecting the environment. Following legislative mandates, Caltrans diverts 2 to 3 million tires each year from landfills by beneficially reusing them in rubberized asphalt pavement, often as thin, structurally stable layers used for highway maintenance. Based on published science, we don't believe this would be a risk for increasing 6 PPDQ in stormwaters. But we do believe in monitoring to compare bench scale study predictions with data and observations from the field. We'll present initial findings here and in our white paper update showing no impacts detected from rubberized asphalt. The legislature has also directed Caltrans to restore streams near roadway crossings where migratory fish passage is blocked from upstream habitat. That raises a question: are receiving waters at risk near fish passage projects for having 6 PPDQ levels over thresholds of concern? Our assessment process helps answer that question and informs treatment evaluations for other Caltrans roadway projects. Next slide, please. Our conceptual model identifies receiving water risk by starting with edge of pavement, or EOP, 6 PPDQ, then accounting for attenuation along the flow path and dilution in receiving waters. We use our monitoring data to estimate conservative edge of pavement concentrations for risk assessments where monitoring data are not available. Field reconnaissance, as-built drawings, and our observations over 149 station storm events this past 4 years help estimate the attenuation factor, a fraction between 1 and 0. Hydrologic assessments estimate stormwater discharge and receiving water flow rates, which defines the dilution factor. Put simply, receiving water 6 PPDQ concentration equals edge of pavement concentration times attenuation divided by dilution factor. The goal is protection of aquatic life, especially threatened and endangered species. For coho salmon streams, EPA's 11 nanogram per liter guidance is the appropriate benchmark because it is protective of sensitive coho life stages, the juveniles. Where coho are absent, rainbow trout and steelhead are the next most sensitive threatened or endangered species. 100 nanograms per liter is about 4-fold below toxic concentrations to juvenile rainbow trout. Neither benchmark is established policy. We're simply describing the lens that we use to categorize receiving water risk with respect to 6 PPDQ, low, medium, high. In many cases, attenuation and dilution assessments are straightforward. We know enough now to say with confidence that overlap between coho habitat and 6 PPDQ above 11 nanograms per liter is the exception, not the rule. On the North Coast, where coho habitat abounds, most roadway runoff receives designed or natural treatment before reaching receiving waters. Next slide, please. Caltrans assessed 12 fish passage projects to determine whether receiving waters are at risk of being over 11 nanograms per liter, 6 ppdq. Teams reconned all 12 sites, reviewed flow paths, and continued those flow path observations during storm monitoring. The scorecard on the left shows blue stars where creeks were assessed as not likely to exceed 11 nanograms per liter. 5 sites were readily screened out based on attenuation alone. 4 more were configured so that attenuation along the flow path combined with receiving water dilution reduces 6 ppdq. 2 of the sites on the bottom of the scorecard had no meaningful attenuation, direct discharge to creeks, and relatively low dilution. Those are the only sites where receiving water monitoring found 6 ppdq above 11 nanograms per liter from time to time, but still consistently below 100 nanograms per liter. And there were no coho salmon stream in those 2. There were no coho salmon. Those 2 are not coho salmon habitats. The key finding is that 10 of the 12 sites are not at risk of 11 nanograms per liter, and none exceeded 100. A couple of quick examples in the next slide highlights practical benefits of lessons learned. Next slide, please. Creek 5878, shown in the right-hand photo, is an example of a creek along the Mendocino coast we initially placed in the attenuation and dilution category. Looking more closely at the flow path, we concluded that dilution is doing most of the work, bringing 6 ppdq down below 11 nanograms per liter. Yes, you see that waterfall in the upper right-hand corner there in the center of the photo? That's why there's a fish passage project here, to enhance fish migration past that elevation change. The creek appears to be flowing at about 3 to 4 cubic feet per second, giving about a 300-fold dilution at base flow before the storm starts. The conceptual model works. Across 5 receiving water monitoring events, concentrations at this location have been consistently non-detect or in the single digits, well below 11. The left photo shows Fox Creek in Humboldt County, an example of a project site where evaluations need not consider dilution. There's plenty of attenuation. You can see in the photograph, sheet flow from the edge of pavement goes across vegetation with no direct discharge to the creek. We validated this conceptual model with receiving water monitoring at 5 of the 12 sites and intend to complete the remaining 7 over the next storm season or 2. Next slide. Please. And next slide again. We're skipping this one for time. Transitioning from what we've learned to what we do with those lessons learned, let's talk about how monitoring rubberized asphalt informs our safety evaluation. We've learned that regardless of pavement type, there's high variability in our 6 ppdq results at the event level and at the seasonal level. 6 ppdq is typically higher in the first grab sample of every event, and it declines from there to the last grab sample. And 6 ppdq is generally higher in the first storm event of the season compared to later storm events. This makes sense as buildup and wash-off effect for a pollutant of roadway origin. We performed before and after studies where there was no rubberized asphalt before and then a rubberized asphalt layer was installed, and we monitored afterwards. We also performed side-by-side studies of different pavement types monitored on the same storms. Both of those studies come to the conclusion that no change in 6 ppdq stormwater concentrations was detected as a result of rubberized asphalt. The chart on the left clarifies what we mean by no change detected. Comparing 2 storms monitored with non-rubberized asphalt and 3 storms monitored with rubberized asphalt, each dot represents the median concentration of all grab samples collected in a storm event. That's how we smooth out the variability at the event level. Heavy horizontal bars show you the average of the event medians before in the left bar and after rubberized asphalt was installed in the right bar. Those 2 before and after averages agree within 2 nanograms per liter. They're almost identical. However, the number of data points is small and that affects our statistical test. There's no statistically significant difference, but there's wide error bars around that finding. So any statement of no change detected is accompanied by a statement of, well, what's the smallest change we could detect? The smallest change we can detect with 80% statistical power between our 2 studies averages out to 100 nanograms per liter. To be clear, that does not mean we would miss a change that's smaller than that. It just means that as we talk about smaller and smaller changes, our odds of detecting change reliably on the first try get lower. We have a game plan to reduce this uncertainty over time through monitoring studies that address our event level and seasonal variability more rigorously. But we need to make informed decisions now, based on what we know now about using rubberized asphalt in California roadway projects. We can work with the bounded uncertainty of minimum detectable change in our conceptual model. And if we just advance one animation click. Next slide. Perfect. When we perform a project evaluation and we work through edge of pavement to attenuation and dilution and calculate receiving water concentrations, we can simply add minimum detectable change to our edge of pavement assumption about 6 ppdq to account for the existing uncertainty. Next slide. Next slide again. And to conclude, Caltrans is beginning its third cycle of adaptive implementation in this wheel. Our monitoring efforts will continue to refine our understanding of minimum detectable change for rubberized asphalt. We'll complete our fish passage receiving water evaluations, and we'll provide project development teams with practical information through monitoring about receiving water risk where that becomes a limiting factor for developing new roadway projects. We'll continue to monitoring treatment effectiveness with particular attention to the role of natural treatment processes in reducing 6 ppd quinone concentrations. Infiltration remains Caltrans' preferred treatment approach where feasible. We will continue developing guidance for flow path evaluations so project developers can estimate attenuation factors and dilution factors and better evaluate receiving water risk as part of project planning and design. And Caltrans will continue to dialogue with your staff and other regulatory stakeholders about how we use this science to make policy decisions that are defensible, implementable, and respectful to the environment. With that, we'll turn it over to our colleague from Department of Toxic Substances Control, Dr. Kelly Grant.
Thank you. And thanks to the board, Chair Esquivel, and Water Board staff for the opportunity to provide an update on DTSC's 6 ppd regulations and alternatives to 6 ppd. Next slide. DTSC's Safer Consumer Products Program, or SCP, regulates harmful chemicals in products. We are unique because our regulations are not bans. One option for product manufacturers to comply with our regulations is to complete an alternatives analysis, or AA. AAs carefully evaluate the health and environmental impacts of the regulated product and its alternatives with the goal of identifying safer alternatives and preventing regrettable substitutes. Next slide. Regrettable substitutes are those alternatives that have significant adverse health or environmental impacts at any point during the tire's life cycle. So potential adverse environmental impacts could include reduced durability, which would generate more scrap tires, or increased rolling resistance, which could negatively impact fuel economy. And certainly we need to think about chemical hazards. Toxicity to coho was the impetus for our regulation. And beyond that, we know that the replacement for 6 ppd will be widely dispersed in the environment with broad exposure to humans and animals alike. So alternatives must be assessed for a broad set of ecological and human health hazards. Next slide. The standard SCP AA is conducted in 2 stages. In the preliminary AA, 75 tire manufacturers screened a wide range of alternatives and selected promising alternatives to be assessed in the final AA. In the final AA, manufacturers must thoroughly compare the impacts of 6 ppd and selected alternatives. Ultimately, the manufacturers must determine whether an alternative is feasible. First and foremost, that requires assessing the performance of the anti-degradant, as well as the overall performance of the tire. So for tires, a key part of that assessment is that they are safe to drive. Beyond that, tire manufacturers must provide a schedule and a plan for adopting and implementing their selected alternatives. Next. The preliminary AAs were due in March 2024, and over 90% of the tire market is in compliance with our regulations. We have received extension requests for the final AA, and we have decided to extend the deadline for that. Next. The preliminary AAs yielded a list of potential alternatives, and I want to emphasize the word potential there. These chemicals need further screening because it's unclear whether they have adequate performance and or whether they are safer. So many companies selected other PPDs. These are chemicals that have a very similar structure to 6-PPD, and that similarity makes them the most likely candidates to be drop-in replacements for 6-PPD. Now, I do want to point out that this list is now obsolete. Several chemicals have been ruled out, and in their progress report, the consortium organized by the U.S. Tire Manufacturers Association, or USTMA, stated that they're screening an additional 24 chemicals. So this list is evolving, as is the information about the alternatives, which I'll highlight in the next slide. So initial reports about 7-PPD and IPPD showed that they both form quinones, but the data suggested that they were about 100 times less toxic than 6-PPD quinone. And that held up just last year when 7-PPD quinone was tested on live coho. But Washington State and their USGS partners took a different approach. They ozonated the parent compounds, and this may better reflect environmental conditions. And when they tested those ozonated compounds on coho cells, the difference of toxicity changed, so that ozonated IPPD is just about 2 times less toxic than 6-PPD, and ozonated 7-PPD is about 10 times less toxic. The mechanisms for this are still unclear. Other toxic transformation products may form, or the yield of the quinone may be higher from this ozonation reaction than would be predicted based on 6-PPD. In addition, ozonated 7-PPD was cytotoxic to Chinook cells, whereas 6-PPD quinone is not. The US EPA also conducted experiments using the quinones of some of the alternatives, and they looked at those in rainbow trout gill cells. So they evaluated sublethal disruptions by analyzing many cellular features at the same time. And their results showed that 7-PPD quinone caused the most cellular disruptions, followed by 7,7-PD quinone, and so on. Collectively, these results raise concerns about these other PPDs. Now, SEP is adding the class of PPDs, or what we formally call PPD derivatives, to the list of chemicals that we can regulate. Largely because of concerns for aquatic toxicity of the parent compound, as well as skin sensitization. Next slide. So that was not a very rosy picture of possibilities, but what else is out there? Well, last fall, there was a flurry of press releases heralding the development of new alternatives. And one press release from a company called Perpetuous uses amine functionalized graphene in their tires. My understanding is that they are actually testing those in tires that on the road, which indicates they are relatively far along in their R&D process. Several other companies have developed alternatives, and though they are not making those chemicals, they are shielding the identity of those chemicals until all their patents are in place. So what is a reasonable timeline to expect 6-PPD to be removed from tires? Next slide, please. We know we're still years away. The first step in the tire reformulation process involves a variety of lab tests to see how the alternative protects against ozone, and then how it changes a bunch of other properties of the rubber, like its stretchiness and strength. Once the tire manufacturer identifies promising candidates, they make small batches of sample tires for testing indoors on a drum. If they get promising results, they may move on to field testing, and this could involve testing on a track and testing on fleets to understand how the alternative tires perform over time. Estimates suggest that this could take 4 years. If the alternative is a new chemical, it will need to get approval through EPA's new chemical program and be registered by the European Chemicals Agency. These can be lengthy processes. The other black box is how quickly the alternative manufacturer will be able to ramp up production to scale for the vast quantities needed for the tire industry. The worst case scenario would be that this could involve building new chemical plants. Now, certainly the chemical suppliers are doing their best to avoid that, if only for their own benefit, but that kind of uncertainty makes it difficult to project when alternative tires will be on the market. Next slide, please. So although I can't offer any certainty about when reformulated tires will be on the road, DTSC's regulation, along with dedicated scientists and concern from interested parties, has really sparked a major global effort to find safer alternatives and to reduce the harm caused by 6-PPD in tires. So thank you.
I think we're good, yeah.
Thank you, and much appreciation. Between our Contaminants of Emerging Concern program and then the focus here on 6-PPD, just reminded how much of an interagency effort this really is, and really appreciative of the work across our agencies to be able to wrap our arms around this and do our best to address what is, as we acknowledge here, an emerging issue. I have a couple of questions. You know, when it comes to generally our Contaminants of Emerging Concern program, when it comes to this advanced detection and or sampling work that we're doing, just kind of wondering how best that feeds back into the regional boards ultimately, and how they might take that data and either use it for, you know, follow-up on, you know, either a particular site or in their regulatory programs generally. Kind of trying to understand the feedback loop basically back into the regional boards when we do this more advanced and kind of broad and general testing, and how the regions might be using it for their programs.
Right now, this is the second year that we apply both cell bioassays and untargeted analysis. The first year we identify improvements that should be done, and this last year we got much better data, and so we're still building up this proof of concept, but we are starting to talk. Our goal is to make collaboration, so we're already doing the collaboration with SPOT, and we are already discussing collaborations with different regions that already have established monitoring programs that we can just go and apply these tools and compare to what they're measuring. And so we are still in the early process of this. This is the first year that we got really robust data, but our goal is to expand our collaboration and then, yeah, as much as we can. I don't know if that answers your
Yes,
question.
thank you. I do appreciate that, and here acknowledge we're early on, if you will, in our official CEC program, but it is just incredibly needed. We well know that there's a complex mix of contaminants that may be out there. We only regulate a handful of them ultimately, and so being able to have the CEC program really keep an eye on the future and on that edge, if you will, of our regulatory programs to help us prioritize what we should be focusing on most, what we're seeing out in the environment, is just incredibly important. It's as we all, you know, say, you don't manage what you don't measure, and so these more general programs that kind of allow us to understand, again, where there's emerging contaminants, where there's emerging concerns, are incredibly important to help shape and guide the limited resources we ultimately have in order to protect public health in our ecosystems. And so just much appreciation for the boot up, and appreciate that as well, that the CEC program is meant to be a hub for drinking water, water quality, our other program, our regional boards and programs, to be able to have a central place where the tools and the standardization are there to ensure that, again, especially on these emerging contaminants, that we're making effective use of our resources ultimately. So thanks for that leadership, for serving as that hub, and shout out to OWIHA as well, again, here as a critical partner across it all. I asked this last time we had our update on 6PPD and 6PPDQ, but just kind of wondering if we have a better sense of the ultimate fate and transport, basically, of 6PPD, whether, if we know its half-life, essentially, I know there's attenuation factors, and glad to see that there is attenuation and dilution, but just wondering if, there are concerns around bioaccumulation, or if it essentially degrades in the environment after a time. Wondering if we kind of broadly have a better sense of that ultimate fate and transport of 6PPD yet. I don't know if anyone might be able to answer.
Sure, I can tackle that. That's a great question, and I think we are continuing to learn more about it. Initial reports were, oh, this is a really hard chemical to work with because its half-life is so short in the lab. I think we've changed that a bit more as folks have found more detections in the environment, less so in surface water, more so in sediment. Bioaccumulation still seems possible, but not likely. Although there are a few other PPDs that do bioaccumulate, and we've been watching those and are flagging those as potential regrettable substitutes.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. And again, thanks to Caltrans here as well, and DTSC for being partners in all of this work. The stormwater work that's going on with Caltrans is just really appreciated, and understand that this is then an even, a complicating factor amongst the ongoing stormwater work. And so thanks for the partnership across it. Thanks for the data and the information to help us understand, where best there may be hotspots, or what features ultimately in designing of culverts and other stormwater infrastructure for roads are helping to capture, address not just this contaminant, but others that are also coming off of roadways. So a lot of appreciation and thanks. And again, I'm incredibly reminded how important it is across our state agencies that we see these projects in common, and we're working together here at that technical level to get the best outcomes we possibly can, and with the limited resources we know we have. So really appreciate the stormwater work and this as an aspect of it. Thank you, thank you. We have one commenter, but I want to look to my fellow board colleagues for questions and comments before Vice Chair.
Well, this was really interesting, and thank you for the update. And I'd like to ask, and I apologize on your last name, getting it right, Abu Saba? Okay, Mr. Abu Saba. Could you discuss a little bit more about the rubberized asphalt, and whether or not these findings are related to the broader conversation about tires?
It touches tires primarily in what we led with, which is that Caltrans today is keeping 2 to 3 million tires out of landfills by recycling rubber into asphalt. So what, and I'm sorry, give me the first part of the question.
Well, okay, so with respect to the tires themselves, so I'm, unless I missed or understood your presentation, you were talking about rubberized asphalt.
Correct.
Okay, so, and the model was, I found very interesting. The broader question that I have is on the 6-PPD as a stressor and other stressors. But before asking some follow-up questions on that, I just wanted to better understand the model and whether or not there are discussions about, and this is for the broader panel, extrapolation or use of that model for the tires,
For whole tires or tire particles?
tire particles,
For
sorry.
tire particles. That model is about roadway runoff, tire particles, and assessing 6 ppdq risk in receiving waters. The model was used, among other things, to ask the question, hey, when we're looking at stormwater, how much of the 6 ppdq in stormwater is coming from the tire particles? And if you're in a rubberized asphalt pavement, is that adding anything? The reason we brought in a conceptual model was because we had an answer that said we didn't detect it. So when you have an answer that says we didn't detect it, and part of that answer is we didn't detect it and we can't see anything less than 100 nanograms per liter, we add that uncertainty into our conceptual model. So the model stands on its own as a way of assessing. We want it for any project, rubberized asphalt or not, we'd like to be able to look at edge of pavement or make assumptions about it and ask ourselves, well, based on the flow path and based on the receiving river flow, do we have a problem here? The rubberized asphalt came in later. It's kind of building on our lessons learned to then ask that rubberized asphalt question. Is that responsive
Yes,
to your question?
thank you for the clarification. Okay, and then on the chart where you had 6 or so sites, those would be the only application of the model at this point, because, early on you had the map of California with many sites.
That's where we trained the model. That's where we proved it. And those dozen fish passage enhancement sites, the little scorecard there was where we got the idea and proved it out. But that conceptual model is applicable to any project we're walking up and a resource agency says, well, wait a minute, I'm concerned. Is this a risk of 6 ppdq? Do you need to put in treatment if it's a project smaller than 10,000 square feet? We can use that model to evaluate project risk, look for the need for treatment before we even look at feasibility.
Okay, and then when do you think you'll have more information on those other sites and, applicability?
So to finish out the fish passage monitoring, it'll be the next storm season or two. Just kind of depends on where and when the rain happens. It looks to be a good year because of El Nino. So we think within a year or two. We're going forward with an update to the 6 ppdq white paper. So the next milestone of when do we do an information broadcast is this summer. We'll be presenting the white paper update that includes the rubberized asphalt as well as the fish passage project as appendices and the conceptual model and an appendix with guidance to project developers saying, here's how you walk through this conceptual model when you're looking at any project. What comes next in our monitoring program is, in addition to the rubberized asphalt fish passage and project support we're talking about, is you remember the Venn diagram, very little overlap between coho habitat and 6 ppdq over 11 nanograms per liter. We kind of need to look in the middle of the Venn diagram. Let's use what we know to look for worst case scenarios. Where do we have coho salmon habitat? Where does it look like it might be at risk? We're going to do some receiving water monitoring there. So that's kind of a broad outline of the monitoring program over the next 2 years. And you set the bar, but please not in another year for a white paper update. They take a little while to get ready for, so maybe 2, 3. So does that help with the?
Yes.
Okay. Is that responsive?
Yeah, definitely. So this is kind of more just me rambling in layman's terms. So when this issue first came before us, I was really stressed about it because it just felt like, wow, this chemical is out there and this is putting coho salmon at serious risk. But now, as we've gone through the process, I began to get concerns regarding the DTSC process. No criticism, but that's just the process that we have. And it does take a while to find an alternative and to do the feasibility studies, the alternative studies. But in this most recent update, my sense is that maybe we don't need to be as stressed because of the information that you're providing. So I guess the question that I have, and that's for this team and also for Mr. Ekdahl, if you have any thoughts on this. where does this rank in terms of a stressor in light of this information and, other stressors like flow and ocean harvest and, the other stressors that we typically would look at in terms of risk to the species?
I can't answer your question. I think that is the question, or one of the big important questions, that we have to look at this as yet another stressor on a species that is already stressed by a number of factors, including flow, including predation, and all these other things that we've talked about as part of the Bay Delta Plan. I'm not very familiar on this specific chemical, but I do know that when they found it in Washington, exactly like you just described, it was kind of an oh my gosh moment. And I'm just excited to see where the work goes and what we learn as we go through this process.
Great, thank you. And then I think well, just want to hold off. Did anyone else have a comment on the question? Mm-hmm.
Sure. I'll just add that existing coho populations are in relatively minimally populated, minimally trafficked areas. But coho used to be in the Bay Area. They are no longer there. So thinking about the historical range of coho might be important to think about the overall stress to the species.
And just to add, that's probably one of the biggest concerns from our North Coast Tribal Work Group that we're participating in. It has about 12 tribes that are not only concerned about the coho, but also human health effects. And we don't have enough information on that right now to have any, driving force of saying this is good or not. We just don't have the monitoring data right now. So pushing forward with all of that, as we mentioned, it's the CEC program. What is emerging? What is not emerging? When is it not? When do we run into our science and our regulatory framework coming together for us to be able to address some of these things? And the answer right now is that we just don't have enough information.
Thank you for that. Good points. Okay, so a request, going forward, I think that it would be helpful to get a better sense of cost in the event that the strategy in the meantime is, addressing these hotspots. Because it just seems to me that the DTSC process is going to, is a very helpful chart in terms of all the uncertainties. And even if we get to the point where regulatory action is taken, there's costs associated with that as well. And so today is just, I think, very encouraging because it seems that there might be practical solutions that result in much less cost that could be an effective tool, barring the important comment, Ms. Greenwood, that you and Ms. Grant make about urban areas and tribal communities and drinking water. But in terms of the coho, it seems that a hotspot strategy could get us some good, decent results in the meantime. So it'd be, even though it's not within our purview here on cost, it would be through Caltrans and other regulated entities through stormwater. It'd be, I think, helpful to start to get a sense on cost. Thank you.
Definitely, and thank you, Vice Chair. It did prompt just one question I had, Dr. Abusaba. When it comes to the findings so far that rubberized asphalt isn't, a significant contributor, do we understand why? Is it because you don't have that particle shedding, I guess, that's happening on the tires itself and the oxidization, ozonization of 6-PPD, and so it's kind of locked in basically into the asphalt? That's just to mind, but wondering if we have a better sense of why it's different. Yeah, it is why.
I was a doubter. I was very skeptical about rubberized asphalt walking up on this. How could it not be contributing? When you look at it, though, in the preparation of rubberized asphalt, they take ground up crumb rubber and they mix it into the bitumen, the asphalt binder, at about 20%. So right out of the gate, if you have a road wear particle that's just pure rubberized bitumen, that's got 20% of the rubber that a tire wear particle. right out of the gate, 5%, 5 times less generation capacity. Then it's bound up because when you're melting them together, so it is isolating. So the bench scale studies that are realistic tend to put the leachable number down around 5 to 10, maybe as much as 25 nanograms per liter. We're trying to verify that from the field, but basic principles plus bench scale studies lead us to conclude, yeah, it should be a low number if it's detectable at all.
It's helpful because otherwise, given the amount of reuse happening on tires, it was very alarming and perhaps concerning that we basically have to stop doing that if there was significant, contributions. So,
we
so
needed
far,
to move
it
on
seems
that.
to be beneficial. So that's good. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Looking to other fellow board colleagues, Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. I just wanted to thank everyone today for the presentation. It definitely was I'm going to say a positive turn in the direction, and really for everyone working together across agency. This is, it's great to see. Many times when we historically have looked at things from the water board, it's stopping at, kind of the points, the source from the water board of it, then entering the environment and the treatment at that point, but then taking that step back and saying, well, working with DTSC and saying, okay, well, how do we, work from a different angle and not have it being a source, stopping the source altogether. So appreciative there. And knowing that this is going to be a multi-year process and bringing Caltrans in and saying, okay, Caltrans, we know tires, roadways, I mean, it's a necessity. But we're going over a bridge, and what are the impacts? And having those studies done there also. And taking that whole picture, the whole look, and not just the tires, but our rubberized asphalt, knowing that there's a benefit there of reusing the tires and doing rubberized asphalt, but having taken that step back and taking a look in the studies to see, is there an additional contribution? But then looking at, okay, when the bridges are designed, is there treatment occurring, the natural treatment of repairing in zone and the pathways, and when you design the bridge and having saying, hey, we want you to repair that riparian zone. We want you to plant the plants, make sure that the runoff has a capture zone. If we're not, scouring the side of the levee. I mean, these are things that come about. Having those additional components in as we're looking at our design process, and knowing that there is, that's not just for looks, there is treatment that occurs within that area, and taking a look at, well, what are those other benefits that occur? So this is really, for me, it's like looking at this holistically and all agencies that are involved and saying, okay, well, how can we work together, and how can each of our agency contribute to the what we're looking at achieving? We're looking at making sure transportation keeps going. We're looking at, sources that need to be perhaps taken off the market or need to be reanalyzed, or is there a better way of doing things? Is there, water board protecting the environment? So we're looking at each agency and seeing how can we work together to come with a solution versus just one agency taking on all of the weight and, moving it through. And so I see where this here, I want to, thank you. And that this is where we can be productive together and also look for those cost savings across the agencies and really reach that goal together. So just thank you for working together, coming together on this, and really taking, just those different perspectives and bringing it together to really achieve the final outcome that all of our agencies are looking for.
Much appreciation. Thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. And I'm going to take a little bit of a pivot here and focus a little bit more on the strategy, because this is, I think, a really unique opportunity for us to talk a little bit bigger picture about what's going on here in our state when we think about thousands and, I don't know, millions, billions of contaminants that are potentially out there. We don't really know. Things that have scared me have been learning about these non-targeted analysis and things that we know something bad is in the environment, and it's to your point about the bioassays, and we can tell a lot about that there are environmental triggers affecting our aquatic organisms and in humans in some cases, and yet we don't always know what they are. And so the challenge is when we identify something like 6-PBD or PFAS a few years ago, right? Everybody's up in arms, and we're all out to march out and get all the agencies together and try and marshal all our resources and try and solve that problem immediately. And it's like pulling on the thread, and it's, we're unraveling something. And like with PFAS, the more we pulled, the more we learned. There's actually, every day I turned around, there is another 1,000 or 2,000 different versions of it. And I don't know where we're at today. I don't know, 16,000 or whatever. It's a lot. And so I really appreciate the way the strategy is forming to look at things as a class and a grouping. I think that makes sense, right? Because we're going to have to be more strategic in how we look at this, because there are so many potential contaminants in the environment, and we want to be thoughtful about our limited resources and how we invest our time, whether it's the water board, regional boards, CTSC, Caltrans, OEHA, right? We all have different responsibilities in the space. And so one of our challenges is, okay, well, how do we identify what that world of CECs are? And then, as you mentioned a little earlier, Ms. Greenwood, when does a CEC become just a C, just a contaminant, right? When has it emerged and become something that we're actually going to proceed with regulating and managing? Ideally at the source control level, but if not, if it's too late for that, maybe it's a hybrid approach and we're looking at treatment at the end source. And for me, all this comes where it affects me the most is when I think about drinking water, and especially as we're moving farther along the path of indirect potable reuse and direct potable reuse in particular. We're really blurring the lines between aquatic environmental stressors and risks and what might end up in drinking water at one point or another, whether it's from diverting from a river or whether it's from a reuse process, right? And so I just want to really emphasize the importance of that. And something I've been hoping to see for a long time, and I know Mr. Polhemus is back there, and this is one of my last chances to kind of bring this up with him in the room, so I'm going to do it again, is a CEC prioritization approach for drinking water is just really critical for us to have. And to the extent that there's a way to sort of merge the two, as we're seeing this one water concept kind of evolve as we go forward here, and bring this strategy that you're working on together with the drinking water approach, so that everybody, whether it's an aquatic risk or a drinking water human health risk, we're all sort of looking at it from the same lens and the same sort of strategy to figure out, what's the priority of that particular thing, whether it's 6-PPD or something else, and how are we going to triage it and then take it through the process, right? I think you didn't talk much about PFAS today, but that's on my mind. Microplastics, we're talking about tire wear particles. There's microplastics there too, right? So there's all these things in the environment. There's a lot of work to do. Monitoring is advancing. It's a really exciting time for science and what we know. And so it's all that much more important to have a really solid strategy together. So I appreciate the work you're doing. Wanted to put in a plug for drinking water. I'll be looking for that to see how that's fit within the broader strategy, and appreciate all the work.
But yeah, just to add to that, there's a lot of talk about CEC prioritization. I mean, beyond drinking water right now, SFEI is working on a CEC prioritization that they released. SWRCB is doing one for Southern California area. So just broadly thinking, there's a lot of people thinking about it. So yeah, our goal is going to be to kind of look at all of the prioritizations that are out and around and making sure that we can incorporate them for everything and be that hub at the water boards for our CEC program.
Here,
And just-
completely agree. Oh, please.
If I can just quickly add that, just as a reminder, that the SWRCB that we're presented here today actually started be applying recycled water. So it is included in the recycled water policy. It's being measured there, and it's actually came in drinking water first in our program, and then the environment. So just wanted to add that.
Fantastic. And completely agree, board member. We have a real opportunity here, especially since now we have drinking water with us, to have a central way in which we're looking at water quality impacts in the environment, drinking water, and doing better at tying all those things together. And I see you've prompted Mr. Polhamus to come up, so I want to please give the mic to Mr. Polhamus here.
Yeah,
His
well,
thoughts.
Board Member McGuire has prompted me over the years to continue to think about this. So I did want to chime in with one thing. I know people focus on IPR and DPR as like a concern. It's actually my least concern. We're throwing every treatment possible at it. Ones we know, we've included treatment in DPR for the chemicals we don't even know are there, but we know it'll blast them apart or it'll tear them apart. The real concern should be around our environmental water. When we take water out of a river, we treat it for what we know is there. We don't treat it for what we don't know is there. And that's the opposite for DPR. We're treating it for what we don't know is there. So what struck me during the comments of this is that it's really important to focus on the environmental protection that we do provide through our NPDES and WDR programs are essential. And really, if we can have a healthy environment, then we know and have more confidence in a healthy drinking water source. It's really like a frontline defense, and it always has been. And it's built into our regulatory structure that way, definitely. And one of the main focuses. And so when I see them, in our partnership with DWQ, and they focus on making sure our environment's healthy and we're not killing water fleas and stuff like that, that really does then feed back to protecting our drinking water sources in the state. So it's kind of like it gets lost in the public, and we just kind of can confuse it in our head, definitely. And I think we've all done that at some point when we're like, well, we're using wastewater. We know it's got pathogens in it, and yes, we do, and we expect it to have stuff we don't even know is there. So we really did take that into effect. But that's very expensive water, as we know, and it won't be what we want to do for every drinking water drop we present. So, yeah.
I appreciate that and completely agree. And I think it's a good reminder that it's all that much, how important it is for us to continue to educate ourselves and as well as the public to help continue to ensure that the water systems are providing safe drinking water by and large, and that the regulations are incredibly protective and for a reason. And we have the technology to be able to deliver safe drinking water through reuse. So,
And to the chair's comment, I mean, having drinking water at the board, I think is essential for that going forward. That our environmental protection first is definitely a direct input into then having safe drinking water.
Here. Yeah. Thank you both. Really great conversation. Board Member Firestone, anything to add? Okay. Yes. Fantastic update. Really appreciate, again, the incredible work that's going on. Thank you for elevating it, for bringing it here before the board so that we can digest, and importantly, though, the public can hear how this work is ongoing, how we're being protective, and how proud I am ultimately of all this that is going on. So thank you. Thanks for your time and expertise. Look forward. It sounds like we'll likely be hearing from you again soon. So look forward to what I know will be further updates from the CEC program and from the issues around 6PBD and 6PBDQ. We do have one commenter, and I want to make sure and go to Marty Farrell from Coast Keepers. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging in there.
Good to see you.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. Marty Farrell, staff attorney with California Coastkeeper Alliance. To start, I want to follow suit today and thank Board Member Firestone for your service on the board. You will definitely be missed, and we wish you best of luck in your next endeavor. I'd also like to thank the board, staff, and all of the coordinating agencies here today for your continued focus on and effort in addressing 6PPD. I know that this work has been ongoing since at least 2022, and CCKA really appreciates that effort and the presentations and updates that have taken place today. First, I'd like to highlight, especially in light of the CEC's North Coast Working Group that was discussed earlier, that the legislature in this year's budget proposal has included $1 million in one-time general fund dollars to the State Water Board to support tribes and NGOs in conducting 6-PPDQ sampling in regions 1, 3, and 5, marking a meaningful investment towards addressing 6-PPDQ and reflecting the growing concern among lawmakers about the compound's impact on sensitive coho salmon populations and human health impacts. So hopefully that investment will help in the North Coast Working Group sampling efforts. But going back to what Chair Esquivel said earlier about how you can't manage what you don't measure, it's important that the board and coordinating agencies are prepared to manage what we have measured and what we will continue to measure. So today we want to highlight some tools that the board and agencies have at their disposal and urge you all to use them. So first on water quality standards, CCKA would urge the board to prioritize 6-PPD during the upcoming statewide triennial review and to adopt a water quality objective for 6-PPD set below the lethal threshold for coho salmon. Without numeric standards, there's no enforceable limit, and without an enforceable limit, voluntary measures are going to fall short. Once that objective is in place, it should be embedded in the board's permitting authority. Specifically, we'd ask the board to include strong provisions in the Phase 2 permit that explicitly prohibit the discharge of 6-PPDQ into coho and steelhead-bearing streams. Related to DTSC, we want to continue to urge you to prevent industry from simply swapping one harmful chemical for another. The goal, as was stated earlier, is obviously to avoid substitution with equally dangerous PPD derivatives. And as such, we want to continue to express our support for the candidate chemical listing of PPD derivatives as essential to closing that loophole and preventing California from trading one ecologically harmful chemical for another. And then related to tire recycling, which came up a couple times today, not here in the room today, but we'd like to flag that CalRecycle is currently compounding the 6-PPD problem by subsidizing tire recycling pathways that exacerbate 6-PPD presence in the environment. Loose crumb rubber used in playgrounds and artificial turf infill has maximum surface area and direct exposure to rain and UV light, making these products potentially concentrated sources of 6-PPDQ in stormwater runoff, while also exposing the public and particularly children who recreate and participate in sports on these surfaces to a swath of not just 6-PPD, but as Board Member McGuire pointed out a few minutes ago, other harmful and concerning microplastics. To highlight that concern at a global level, the European Union has already recognized this risk and banned crumb rubber as turf infill with a phase out that will be completed by 2031. There's natural alternatives like cork, coconut fiber, sand, and wood-based infills that are already on the market and that the EU has pointed to as a replacement for this. And then just to highlight the concern also at a local level. So I live over by Crocker Riverside Elementary School, and just over a month ago, parents at the school organized and protested to stop an ongoing project to replace the grass surfaces at the elementary school with turf surfaces. And so their concerns were similar to the ones that we've expressed today and through these past hearings, not just over 6-PPD, but other microplastics, other harmful compounds that are in these products and that are toxic, not just to aquatic life, but to human health as well. And so we would call on CalRecycle to stop funding that incentivizes those types of loose crumb rubber applications. And to close, I'd just like to thank everyone here again for your continued efforts on this issue. As we've continued to see through this process, the science is clear, the harm is ongoing, and we have the tools to mitigate that harm. And so we would urge the board and all of the coordinating agencies here to use those tools at your disposal. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Farrell. Really appreciate your continued contributions here, the technical work, the advocacy, and the issues. So much appreciation. All right. Anything further that comes to mind? And if not, something tells me we'll have an opportunity to speak about this further here soon. So much appreciation again to all the state agencies here, our partners, NGOs, and others look forward to what I know will be further work. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That wraps up item number 7 and brings us to our last item of today's component of the agenda, which is board member reports. I will just quickly say that on June 6th, I had the pleasure of joining Sonoma County Water Agency in celebrating East County, Sonoma, and a $45 million grant that we provided to Sonoma County Water Agency to upgrade wastewater treatment in East County. It was a great event. Really appreciated the opportunity to join community members and others. The East County is disadvantaged. It's hard for the communities out there to raise rates equivalent enough to address what is a lot of aging infrastructure. I think we're all aware of the nutrient impacts and ultimately on the Russian River. And so upgrading their treatment plants, continuing to invest in that aging infrastructure is also protection of water quality and helps with the affordability for folks I know in the community. So it was great to be able to do that. On June 13th, I was at the Water Education for Latino Leaders Conference just this past Saturday and was glad to be able to join Victor Griego and Paul and folks at WELL, and importantly, the elected officials that were there to just have a quick chat about water. They did deep dives into data centers and workforce development, all hot topics, and was just really great to be able to share the space in the room with folks. And then lastly, just this past Sunday was Pride here in Sacramento. Want to give a special shout out and thanks to all the leadership here at the Cali PA LGBTQ2S plus affinity group. Really am just so proud of the continued inclusive work and equity work that so many folks are engaged in. It was a huge turnout. It's been great to see each year the growing number of folks, but this year we broke records when it came to the number of state agencies all participating. So there was HHS, Cal OES, Parks, the folks at the Resources Agency here at the Cali PA. It was impressive and rewarding to see so many folks come out and celebrate equity and the progress and the always recommitment to that progress that I know we're all in the midst of. So huge shout out to folks and much thanks. And look to other fellow board colleagues for reports. No reports. Board Member McGuire.
My only report is that I just really want to thank Board Member Laurel Firestone for her service. Truly, it's been a privilege. I think we were appointed to the board right around the same time, 7.5 years ago. And so we've been on this journey together. And not only that, we've been buddied up and paired for some reason on many issues and some big ones. And so we've had a lot of time together in board meetings, but also in briefings and other meetings over the years. And it's really been fantastic. You're a role model and an inspiration for California water issues. And I just really have gotten so much from your passion for safe drinking water. And, when you came in and you said, you knew nothing about Bay Delta, for example. And you've become incredibly conversant and knowledgeable and able to engage on just a really complex issue. That's just an example of how you've really shown your commitment to this job and what it entails. It's a big lift, and I know because I'm sitting here right with you. But and so I'm going to miss you, and but I wish you well and whatever comes next for you. I know you'll do great.
Hear, 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 hear. Vice Chair.
Well, I was going to say something earlier and then missed that opportunity. So yeah, I'm going to chime in and say me too, me too. Yeah, okay, so Board Member Firestone, Laurel. I have to say that the first time I met you, I was super impressed. It was at a CV Salts meeting. I don't know if you remember, but eventually I said, hey, let's go to lunch. And I was just really taken by your collaborative nature, your passion, your intensity, your level of expertise, and felt like this is a person I need to get to know. And so I didn't know at that time that we'd be colleagues, but I really am honored to have had the opportunity to work with you all these years. And also just super impressed by your foundational role with the Community Water Center. So this has just been, one point along what I know is going to be amazing days ahead. And it's been great to work with you. As you said earlier today, there's just too many things to even count for. And we were talking in the hall earlier today that I think we're all going to look back on this time and think, wow, there was a lot going on. And we were able to, for the most part, come up to the task. You've played a vital role in particular on the drinking water program. And I think not just your collaborative spirit, but educating us and really keeping us to think of the next goal and then the next goal and the next goal. And so I hope we're able to continue that. And I know that we're not here to hold these seats, as the chair said earlier, forever, but really to instill upon, whether it's the board, the staff, the community at large, the principles that we have and the goals. And then, when we leave, things will continue along. And the last thing that I just want to say is just it's been great working with you on the integrated or on the irrigated lands program and the intersection between the importance to have good, clean, safe food in California and the important role that that plays with drinking water to address sort of the harms of the past, mitigate and provide jobs and clean, safe drinking water for those communities. And so even though we haven't always agreed, it's been great to work with you. The respect that I think we've shown for each other and the results that come from, as you indicated earlier, having a diverse board, being able to work through tough, challenging issues together for the betterment of the whole state. So thank you, thank you. God bless you. And know that this won't be the last of seeing you. Good luck.
Board Member Morgan.
Why, thank you. So, it's been a great 5.5 years. I remember when you were appointed, I was staff and I came down for your swearing in. And that was it was so awesome to see and to be there and to, be a part of that. To see you start the journey of being a board member. And so, little did I know that day that I would be here with you. So that was quite a surprise to me. So, it's been a great 5.5 years being here with you, working side by side. And I was very sad to see today my first briefing come through that said, you're now solo on this. I'm like, but wait a minute, Laurel's my partner on this. And it's just that collaboration through working with you side by side on so many different topics and subjects. And, now I'm like, oh my goodness, so now I'm going to have to, think about this one of, okay, what would Laurel say on this? I'm like going to have to fill in that extra space because I did not, go through so far alone on this. So it's, it's bittersweet seeing you go to your new journey, to start a new road in your career and to just see where that takes you. At some point in time, we've all done that. And, I know that you'll be somewhere here, within the water space and that, our paths will cross because I too am water and the environment. And so, I know that we will continue to collaborate in some way, somehow. It's just, I know it's not about me, but yeah, it's an adjustment. And so it's going to be it's going to be good. It's going to be good. You're going to be missed, and there's going to be that little voice of, well, what would Laurel think? So you definitely have left your mark, and you know I don't know, I'm just going to start getting tongue-tied and in circles. So I'm just going to stop now and say congratulations, best wishes, and I know this is not goodbye.
We're fortunate for the stability that we've had here over these years because these roles aren't easy. They are, but they're a privilege, ultimately, it really are. And so I, again, can't imagine us without you here in this space. It's going to take some getting used to, but incredibly proud. And you've left your mark easily here and changed the culture of this board and contributed in ways that many a Californian out there is benefiting from today. And yeah, it's going to be a transition, but I can't thank you enough and look forward to what is going to be continued contributions in this space, I know. But yeah, thank you. Just thank you, Laurel.
I'm not going to say anything because otherwise I'll get emotional, but really, thank you.
And thankfully, we still have one more day with you because we will not have closed session after today. We will have closed session tomorrow, that is, and we'll be in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we will pick back up our agenda here and probably have opportunity to say more about Laurel, if nothing else, to embarrass her. Thank you all for a great board meeting day here. Thanks for the discussion. We will see everyone tomorrow at 9 a.m. Until then, we are in recess. Have a great evening. Be safe, be well, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.